This will turn into a 6-hour special about the Henge and everything surrounding the Henge. It will be followed by a 10-hour special about all the Riese sites in one episode. The reason I'm doing this is because a lot of you have complained about YouTube's new way of pausing episodes, so you can't just play a playlist, let it run through, because it will pause and eventually halt. So, I compiled all the episodes, as you have requested, into one gigantic long one. There will be several of these, and now you can sit at leisure and watch everything I've done around the Henge. And in a few weeks, you will see everything I've done Project Riese, and other specials that will be in the long form. Good luck, put on some coffee, and I hope your snoring won't wake up your neighbors. Enjoy.
I have studied World War II history, tactics, battles, fortifications all of my life. I was in the army, I lectured on German and Russian tactics, and I thought I knew everything in all of the important parts of that war. A war that permanently changed the world. So much new world-changing technology was created then, and much of it in secret German facilities, hiding underground and run by the SS. Now I believe what I can see and put my hands on. And of course I understand propaganda, disinformation, black projects, and the need to classify certain missions and documents. I don't subscribe to what mainstream have classified as conspiracy theories. So it'll be a hard sell for someone to convince me of Nazi UFOs and hovering bells. But the more documents that have come out, the more I keep seeing words like nuclear bomb, hydrogen bomb, cyclotron, particle accelerator, remote control. Documents of secret labs in far-flung parts of Europe, and all of SS General Kammler's secret research that went missing. Now, it is quite clear that something exceptional was being done, and everyone knowing have actively tried to cover it up since. Now that got my attention. People are still covering up these secrets today, and thousands of people died for them. So in this series, we are going to all of General Kammler's secret research facilities. We're going to follow the declassified documents and the trails of the SS General and the German weapons scientists and their facilities. I say, let's go take a look at all these locations above and underground and see what is actually there. It will make it much easier to gauge what would and could have been there, so I'm bringing a shovel and a Geiger counter with me. We are going to the German secret side of World War II, and together we can explore what's there. I will show you everything I find, and I will share all my documentation. I will interview experts and those researchers who've gone there before me. And I will keep looking until we get some answers, because if just half of what I have so far seen and heard of is true, the world will change when the truth comes out. It is fitting that we start our quest for German special weapons programs here at Wewelsburg. In the first episode, we talked about how the SS was in the center of this secret world, operating secret weapons and energy projects, so secret it's possible not even Hitler knew the full extent of them. And in charge of all of them was SS General Hans Kammler, a man of infinite power during the last years of the war, trusted by Hitler, trusted by Himmler, no question, praised by Goebbels. He oversaw all Air Force jets, rockets, secret weapons development, production, construction sites, and labor camps. And a great place to start this journey would be at Himmler's castle. Wewelsburg was Himmler's castle, an SS school and research center for the Ahnenerbe. Ahnenerbe, Himmler's dedicated historians and archaeologists. But also high-ranking SS members would meet regularly here at the castle. Now, I always did suspect that the Ahnenerbe was doing more than just looking for a German Aryan past and measuring skulls in Peru or going to Antarctica. Their research was also the study of the real, Thule, and ancient societies, esoteric ancient texts, Sumerian and Hindi. And of course the study of the occult, which was fascinating Himmler. But it seems that General Kammler had a greater contact and involvement with the Ahnenerbe that I thought before, looking for secret locations for them, as was specified in his letter to Dr. Brandt. Now, Kammler was a pragmatic man. He was efficient and driven. And somehow I don't see him attending occult ceremonies. He was too busy for that. He was too busy for anything that did not directly pertain to his job, his SS duties, and his scientists, and his weapons manufacturing, production, and development. Kammler was tasked with developing and putting into production the second, third, fourth generation future weapon systems, to think outside the mainstream science box and use any resources available to him. He had the support of enormous companies like IG Farben and AEG, had all the slave labor he needed. He built rockets and nuclear bombs, so how the Ahnenerbe fit is something we really need to look at more. Recently, historians have been saying that Sumerian texts contain descriptions of ancient superweapon systems and technologies. Now, I don't read Sumerian or Hindu, so I don't know. But it seems to me that besides his esoteric interest, Himmler was determined to search everywhere for anything that he believed could help Germany win the war. And just saying that, I can hear the late Jim Mars whispering in my ear that the Baghdad Museum, which was raided during the Gulf War, and all those Sumerian tablets that disappeared, that had been catalogued by German archaeologists just before they disappeared. But that's sure that is a coincidence, and I digress. Now, Heinrich Himmler took over Wewelsburg in 1933 and rebuilt it, full of ruins, large black sun inlaid stone on the Knight's Tower floor. Wewelsburg was originally an ancient castle that was owned by the King of Prussia. At the end of the war, Himmler sent an SS detachment to blow it up. They couldn't quite accomplish the task, but certainly destroyed some of it and set the rest on fire. Here at Wewelsburg, Himmler would host meetings with the highest-ranking SS generals for strategy and planning. After one such meeting, General Kammler sent a letter to Dr. Brandt, wherein he mentioned specifically the Riese project in Lower Silesia had to be completed before other projects could be begun. This is one of the first official mentions of the Riese project. The Riese and another project named Lothar, same place, same location, and another SS castle, was also mentioned in a ministry letter from Dr. Albert Speer, wherein he specifies the details of the construction in a briefing to Hitler. This makes Lower Silesia one of the most important SS manufacturing locations out of 4 mentioned in letters to Hitler and from Albert Speer, who took over after Dr. Todt in constructing for the Reich, working with the SS. So now we have to go and look at what it was that happened in Lower Silesia and der Riese, because this is where Igor had mentioned projects such as the Glocke had originated. Here I meet up with one of the local historians, Christoph, who grew up here and used to work at the Riese complex. Ludwigsdorf is the place where the Glocke was supposed to have been created. Let me make it clear, I'm not here looking for aliens, Nazi UFOs, or even the bell in the modernized configuration it's been portrayed. I am here because we know that Kammler, his group, were building something very, very specific here. Thus, we are looking for infrastructure that would support a massive secret military weapons program or other nuclear. We still need power. And coming into the valley of Ludwigsdorf, coming up towards the Henge, is a massive power plant that has been here for 40 years before the war, and that's a good place to start. From the mid-19th century, there's been a huge coal mine here. The whole area and underground is full of coal mining tunnels. By 1928, there was 4,600 people employed here. It was the biggest employer in the county. And of course, for the coal mine and the thousands of employees that worked and lived in the area, they needed to install a huge power plant to supply power for all of them. And as the mine produced up to 500,000 tons of coal a year, they needed massive rail infrastructure to transport them to consumers. In 1930, there was an accident underground where 151 workers died, and the mine had to close for a time. In 1940, Dynamite Nobel took over the Moltke mine and some of the administration buildings and set up ammunition manufacturing. The power plant and infrastructure remained, thus this is a perfect place in a valley, secluded, to produce or develop anything. In 1942, Kammler's team moved in the valley and set up shop as well. The power plant ran until several decades after the war, but it's now dilapidated. On the road into the electricity plant, you get this. Overhead is a rail bridge. Administration, regular administration, work halls, but it looks like a maintenance building that's been here for a long time. And inside again we find these roofing tiles that I seem to come across everywhere I go. The implication being that the Germans are using the same materials wherever they went to build. These buildings are certainly old enough, predates World War II. So did the SS come in here? Did they place a weapon manufacturing plant because there was power? Did they expand the power because they needed it for more research? Or did they do it because there was a lot of coal and uranium mines in the underground with large cavities where you can hide things? There was rail links to here, what looks like old rail buildings down here. But this was a very large, clearly a power plant. No one's arguing that. Wide open space leading up to the power plant, on the other side of which is the fly trap and the weapons manufacturing plant. Foundation I'm standing on, it's hard to tell what was here. These anchors, well, they do have the diameter of what could have been a flak position, but I don't see any munition storage options. I'm more inclined to think this would have been a pillar leading to some sort of tubing. Today it's hard to gauge the military infrastructure, but still from pictures from already the 70s, you can still see some of the German guard towers and positions that were strewn throughout the complex. Very nice detail of what is probably the administration part of the power plant that I will now enter. Another hole in the ground. Are you sensing themes here? This is a perfect place for the SS to set up a secret weapons manufacturing or research lab. It has a massive power plant. It has massive rail links to and from. It is deep inside German territory, far away from any kind of Allied bombing. It already has a security aspect to it. And before the war, there was a munitions development production facility here already that we will see. Also, there are buildings littering all the roads to and from the what is now famous Henge that would looks like guard buildings to me. Indeed, this is the old main Axis guard house, and you can still see the mounting for the heavy steel gate. Of course, the Henge is the much disputed what is this thing. The Glocke, or the bell, has been claimed to be a special German research program that had been tethered within here, and witnesses have testified to seeing it hover within the Henge. Others claim that it is a water tower.
Struckmann piloted Henne Reich, flew one once and crashed it and broke her jaw. Said she would never fly one again. So finally, after all this time, I can do what I always wanted to do. Take my little Kawiak counter in the center of the henge. There's a slightly higher level of radiation right here in the center of the henge than on the mountain and further away. I was prepared to just tell you this was a water tower, and now I see where all the speculations came from.
I have now made my observations, and what I found is a little bit more disturbing than if this was a tether for a secret project or anti-gravitational, as the bell has been claimed to be.
They have described a research project that they evacuated. It was something so strange, I mean the description of the device they worked on, that they were never able to explain what was even the purpose of this project. Most unusual details in all this story was that that this project was codenamed or classified as Kriegsentscheidend, and supposedly it was the most secret research project carried out by the Third Reich during the entire war. Each experiment with the bell looked so that the bell was placed in an underground chamber room in a former mine, scientific terms used by the Germans who were servicing the bell. One such term was separation of magnetic fields, and the other one was vortex compression.
The whole thesis behind the Bell program, or the Glocke, the Bienenstock, that the Germans supposedly worked on during World War II, that was supposed to test it here as an anti-gravitational device, it's still unclear, which was supposed to have been counter-rotating spheres of mercury bombarded with huge amounts of electricity. It was supposedly seen by concentration camp inmates that saw it hover. Now, the bell was, according to testimony post-war, about 10 feet tall. For it to be transported to the henge and kept underground, this door is not big enough for an aggregate, such as the bell, to enter and exit from. I don't take sides, I'm a historian. And these hallways, I could see a small ammunition train on tracks, but nothing very large and cumbersome is going to go in and out of this tunnel. The bell was 10 feet tall. It weighed several tons. It must have done. This is not where it came from. This is impossible to get something that big here.
Tons of dispatchers and engineers.
Those we're going to take pictures of as we go. So, is this part of the reconstructed part? Do we know? Is this new, or is that?
Some parts can be new.
And then they look like the original part. Still hanging there? Why so many little rooms? Why so many dividers?
Down?
Down.
This one downs?
Yeah. Let's go down. Were these original coal mines before World War II?
Yeah.
So these were tunnels that existed before the war that the Germans
Yeah, maybe some of these tunnels exist before the Second War.
This and here was for a heavy door. Here's a heavy double door. And then we have a staircase going up to, okay, so this is ventilation.
Shaft.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so I hope you all forgive me for not crawling up these rusty stairs. I would, but this is really just a ventilation shaft. And of course the access to the ventilation would have been a very heavy door, so nobody could drop anything explosive or gas-like in here.
But this is where we have to start paying attention. Take a look at the bricks on the right side coming to the end of this tunnel. I'm doubting this is original, and I think maybe something has been covered up here.
Now I can't help but notice if we're walking around in a circle, we're circling a building? This is a circle somehow. Is the whole complex round, or?
No. On this corridor is something round.
Now, true to tradition, I'm going down.
We are going through the corridors in the right direction under the edge.
Yes. There's another door. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Step.
Yeah.
Okay. So these grooves were for electrical wiring?
Yeah. This is construction for some of wiring and installations. It's really good.
It is very interesting because there's a lot of electricity that will have been sitting on these, and this running across the hall. This hallway is a little strange because this would have been here, crossing the hallway, which means nobody was really expected to run or walk down here. Which means this could have been a very large maintenance tunnel or access tunnel for. Am I completely wrong? And here's another one spanning the. So this was not meant for people to walk here, really. This was meant to transport electricity and other stuff. That is interesting, because I've seen a lot of access tunnels in my life, none of them this big.
Construction works, installation works.
And here's a dividing line between, it could have been a gate and
Now this is, without a doubt, a heavy utility tunnel holding a lot of large electrical cables running in underneath the henge. I'm not sure what that means.
Great. I know. He walked me into a wall. All right, young man, go get me a hammer. What's behind the wall?
The tunnel is going under the henge.
And air is coming from that side. This is going under the hinge.
Yeah, under the henge.
You can feel air is coming through the holes. So we're back to what I just said. Get me a hammer.
Yeah, maybe exist some other entrance.
Okay. This is what I knew was going to happen that was going to frustrate me. Is I would come at another end of another tunnel that is closed. The radiation level in there is higher. Why is it exactly I want to go into a place where the radiation is higher than the upstairs? What the hell's wrong with me? Anyway. good time to start thinking about those children while I still can. I want to know what's in there so bad. It's driving me crazy. Polish dogs existed here for 500 some years of this breed.
For bear hunting?
For bear hunting?
Yeah.
Oh. All right, puppy dog. You and your species has been here for 500 years. Tell me what's underground.
I have 2 cats.
Yeah, okay, except 2 cats. Yeah. So this is pointing up towards the munition storage, or is this circling around the henge?
Let's take a look at this again. To me, this looks like a dead-end wall that has been created. This looks like it was bricked up, and the groove in the floor could have been water drainage, it could have been for cables, but it's running into a wall, meaning that there used to be an opening there.
Ventilation.
Ventilation.
Shut.
And all these are ventilation, or
Yeah.
that's all water. That could be water drainage.
Drainage.
Well, if water in the groundwater is assembling, but you wouldn't
Yeah.
you wouldn't guide water. You wouldn't guide water into a tunnel for electrical channeling. That makes no sense. Here.
Yeah, but why?
Yeah, I'm saying that.
Why this drainage is going down? Not
Not
grow up, not grows, but it's going down.
I don't know that. I don't understand that.
What it does tell me is that there is something behind the wall.
I mean, I get you have the water drainage tunnels on the floor that would drag water out. I get that. But
It's going down. It's going down.
And some of these bricks and mortar look real new.
so now we're tunneling away from the henge, because the henge is to the right. Henge is that way. Another access panel. Yeah, this is definitely a utility tunnel. All that electricity from the power plant nearby would have to be transported here somehow. And guess what I'm seeing? I'm seeing a hole, and I'm seeing the outside. Here is the outside. This tunnel could be opened. And here's the other end. So, if there's the other end of the tunnel, that means the other end of the tunnel that's closed, we might be able to find. Because this is, of course, temporary brick that's put up. That is outside. And that is to the left of the henge. The henge is generally behind us right now, isn't it? The henge would be pretty much that way.
Yeah.
This is...
Here was more entrance. Yeah.
And here's another question for you. If it was a water tower that we all think it was, except not really anymore. Okay, this was a heavy close. There was a heavy door here too. It could have been post-war, it's hard to say. But these tunnels, full of electrical cables, are leading back under the henge. If the henge was a water tower, that could theoretically be broken or destroyed by attack. Why would you put an electrical cable that important underneath it? Rails on the walls. Hold this in the wall. And something went on here. This was definitely not just small bullets they were making in this place. There's more to it. All right, we just left the tunnels. And this is where I'm going to try to piece it together in my head. Underneath, a lot of access tunnels for cabling, water, power. Main power plant was down there. One of the tunnels leads under the henge two access tunnels. There's the out of the other tunnel, and here was a large space. And this is where my problems begin. Okay, so here is my first thought. We have all these cars. We have 3 rails going in there, and 2 to each door there. And then we get into tunnels. A lot of them look like large utility tunnels, but there's no room in there to store anything. So what are you bringing into the tunnels? Where does it go? There are no rooms.
Yeah.
Well, why do you build 3 rail tunnels into a mountain where there's nothing? There's no storage space. I thought this is in here where they would store ammunition, but there's no room.
Yeah.
There must be more tunnel. Yeah. The Germans were infinitely practical people when it came to stuff like this. They didn't do things without a reason. And something was protected down here. And none of the tunnels are leading us in any direction where any sizable amount of material could have gone. So the question is, if there was something down here, really something bad, the Russians would just have blown the whole thing up, right?
Yeah.
They wouldn't have left anything.
Yeah.
If the Germans had something down here that was really, really bad, they would just have blown it up. They destroyed it, but they knew people would find it. They knew somebody would find their way in here. Maybe they redid closed tunnels and redid them and then destroyed the opening as a way of leading people in, think there's just tunnels this way, but all the side tunnels have been closed off, painted, maured, hidden. Then people would find a tunnel, but they wouldn't find the actual tunnel. From this, it is absolutely clear that there are tunnels leading into the mountains that has been covered up, bricked up, either by the Russians or the Germans or the Polish. I'm not sure, but they are missing. You can see the narrow gauge rails that led into what used to be mines. They're all gone. They're all dead end somewhere. And if it had just been a mine we're covering, there's no reason to cover it up, because here in Lower Silesia there's plenty of mines where you can visit and see, and if they're dangerous they would just cordon them off. This little building had serious access control to gauge what came in and out of this room. And when it came to the Henge, if it had been a water tower, where's all the rubble and the debris that usually follows destructions of something as large as a water tower? I'm not saying it wasn't, but I'm saying there is no sign of its destruction. Here we're walking away from the Henge on the old original roads leading down to, is this a building?
Yeah, building here was produced shot materials.
Shop.
Shot.
Oh, weapon. Oh, munition.
Yeah, project.
Remember how I say there's always a whole access tunnel? What we know for sure, this was a ammunition factory. Okay. This is a heavy reinforced building. Would trains come in?
No. It was trucks coming and from here to magazines. Yeah.
So there were tracks from here to the other shops, or?
Yeah. And are going next to magazines. Yeah.
It's really fascinating to finally actually be here after reading and looking at something. It's never the same to just see it. And this is another one of the production manufacturing. There's always that graffiti. And the first one leading down to the henge is down there.
We can see the part of this building, but it was really risky to produce chemical materials for weapons. And when before some explosion, it need walls to save the
other ones.
Yeah.
So it was made to blow out this way into the rock face, into the side of the wall.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for. Usually that's the roof, and that makes perfect sense. And that's why these walls are missing, because they were, of course, thinner. You see, on the outside there was probably a little brick layer. These are, yes, there's the bricks. So this was made to be explode outwards and away from the other rooms.
Yeah, and other rooms where it can be saved.
And then there was communication between some of them.
Communication, materials.
And of course electrical wiring, I'm assuming, through here and
Ventilation.
here. Ventilation.
Yeah.
And of course heavy rebar up there that you don't see in the exploding wall.
On the roof are here in the wartime too, yeah?
Camouflage.
It's
Now we're finally going in the woods. So all these trenches, something was here. Buildings?
for we have knowledge in this place.
The problem is the Germans left no drawings, the Russians left no clues, and all the locals had been evacuated after the war, so we really don't know.
Storage?
Storage.
It looks like storage. Yep. Grass on the roof again. Storage. And we're going up, I guess. I've noticed one thing about history. It's always a walk uphill. I said, there's always a hole in the ground. And here's another hole in the ground. There's the other bunker and the access road. Of course, we're going uphill.
Explosive materials was produced. After that, they was bringing here on this area with transport lines and get to this magazine, to this.
So everywhere in the forest you have these magazine storages.
Repository, yeah. And you see that the corridors is turned right, yeah?
Yeah.
But when in the case an explosions or an explosion, yeah, the
force would go out the other way.
yeah.
Now what we're seeing up here is signs of the original munition production facility and the bunkers for munition storage. This all makes perfect sense and lines up with what a munition production facility should be. It's a great place for the SS to move in and do their work.
This is another turn.
Yeah.
The first one down there. And you see how thin the entrance here was. This is very thin, and there was a very small door for the explosion to easily go up in directions away from where people was. That makes absolutely perfect sense. And the forest is full of these, I see. Well, what is that? That is different.
Now you have all clearly noticed that we went uphill and we are coming up on the side of a mountain, underneath which the tunnels were running into, or must have done so.
Close defense, or?
For water canal, yeah.
Oh, that for me.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm always curious when you see.
Yeah. Porcelain.
Is this DDR or?
Here was working officers.
Is this DDR or is this one of ours? I don't see. I only see a partial marking. No marking.
Germans eagle. Yeah, you can see.
Is there an That's right.
Yeah.
There's an eagle. This looks like it was dropped here yesterday. And somebody has been here nicely and put these. They tried to make a teacup. You go for a walk through the forest and you don't know what you'll find. Not just World War II, but also many years of Russian occupation and soldiers.
Line.
Just
Canal. Water canal.
a reminder, there's always a hole in the ground when you go exploring. Parallel lines in nature is always interesting. And I'm seeing parallel lines. What am I looking at? If this was a battlefield, I would think this would be a running trench. But it really isn't, because this is deeper. What is it? What is this? Conveyor belt. The belt.
Conveyor line. But lower, we can see storages.
Yes,
Yeah,
we can.
storages for these materials.
Is this the building we walked by when we walked up? No. It's
And from here, the materials was sent to another place of Riese project.
So was this a rail or was this a belt? Small train, or
no, I think conveyors.
conveyor belt? Yeah. Well, obviously the Russians took it, but obviously something was here.
In their construction, the Germans often use heavy conveyor belts for materials to and from, and there was also a drawing as seen here of a cable car running from up here down to the rail station by the power plant.
The cars come from one side and go to the second side.
Was this trucks or again
Trucks.
Trucks.
Yeah.
This is tile. That's a piece of roof tile. It has a nice shape to it. It's nice. It's not cheap quality.
Here we see more classic signs of weapons manufacturing with the blowout walls facing into a safe direction.
So the trucks would come down here. And you know what else? This. This I see in a lot of German bunkers.
Yeah.
As roofing material on the inside too, and tunnels. I see that again and again. So there would have been a crane.
Some container.
Yeah.
At the end of the war, when the Germans and SS had evacuated the area, and the Russians moved in and eventually handed over the area to the Polish population, all the Germans were kicked out, leaving absolutely no witnesses in the area to what actually took place here, and the Russians still had to figure it out on their own.
And there was what could have been
Power.
Power?
Power.
Oh, so this is where the generator would, or there would have been there was a door on it.
For small materials.
There was a door here. There was room for hinges. Next room in here.
No.
Connecting
It
tubes.
looks like room for dangerous materials. Danger materials, yeah?
Yeah. Here's one of these again,
Yeah.
with hole and access. This is very interesting. This is not, well, I guess it makes it easier when there's a gap between the buildings. And for security, there would be gaps between the buildings. This was all part of the weapons storage. Here you had the hooks to connect with others for camouflage. I'm guessing you had netting and trees. So this would have been hard to spot from the air. This would actually have been quite hard to spot from the air.
The ventilation was really
Key.
on the high level.
Yeah. It smells like sawdust. What horses walk on in here? I mean, at the time there would have been a cement floor. I was just saying, this is interesting. The dirt is
From the brick?
no from the
Bricks
dirt.
material?
It's just there's not.
Bricks and wood material.
Yeah, it is. Which would not have been here at the time of the war, because that would have been very flammable.
Now, I would find it very hard to believe that if the SS moved a special project in here in these mountains, what we know they did, and underneath inside the mountains, they would leave all these wonderful secure buildings up here unused. Of course, the Russians took everything they could and removed whatever they found, but still, I'm wondering what part these buildings could have played in the special projects that were going on underneath.
This was definitely a building built for a purpose. One of the things I've noticed about Poland, there's not a lot of signs in other languages than Polish. Some of them look like they might say trespassing. Some of them look like they might say, I shouldn't go here, there, or you don't eat this, don't play ball on the grass. But I don't read Polish. Okay, so this is definitely big enough for trucks to drive through here.
Conveyor.
The conveyor.
Conveyor, yeah.
So that's the way the conveyor belt ran up there to the fly trap behind us. Here we have the pillars for the conveyor belt that will transport the ammunition. The stairs is, I don't even know what, but it was certainly built for a purpose. There's no doubt that this whole installation was built specifically for what it was. And here's the truck trench that I'm guessing this pulls up to a bunker. So the trucks could drive in one end and then out the other. Over here.
Now, this should be relatively simple to figure out. Trucks go in safety and load munition in safety. But it doesn't seem to be that straightforward when you really look at this.
Definitely
yeah, and we can ask why Nazi to need so high level of security for transport some materials when here we are seeing only two storages, little storages.
yeah. They're very small.
Very small, yeah.
Cabling,
Yeah.
holders for electrical cabling. And then you had, it's hard to see if there was even a door. 300s. But yeah, this is very strange. And this is a very strange shape. I mean, this is a very unusual shape of a opening for German engineering. You have not seen that, and that's a different. That would probably have been a ladder here, I would guess. Then again, these are at a different spacing. This is a different spacing. than this, so something would have been sitting here. Not a ladder. That would be a reason for a ladder. And these holes up there could have been part of protrusion for camouflage. They would have been camouflage netting over this driveway.
Electrical.
Electrical.
Yeah.
And this whole thing would have been covered up
Yeah.
with camouflage and everything, so it couldn't be seen from the air at all. But these very interesting looking structures. And what's interesting, it doesn't look like there's room for a heavy gate. It doesn't look like there's a very large steel gate, and yet it is incredibly protected and hidden. And apparently the Nazis trained mosquitoes to attack anybody here, and those mosquitoes are still here.
For comparison, I wanted to show you what munition storage bunkers typically looked like on the Atlantic Wall, or a bigger one here. But I'm going to take you to Jütburg to show you what the German munition storage World War I looked like. Jütburg was pretty much a military town that was built before World War I by the Kaiser, and there was a huge ammunition storage and manufacturing plant here, and these are the bunkers in the forest surrounding the town.
Das,
Das ist Strom.
ja, natürlich. Jetzt schaltet er hier die Licht an. But this electrical wire doesn't look like a Russian area.
Does this look like old World War II?
It looks like the 30s.
This is, what are we looking, 1 Meter, 1,5? So this is Baustärke 3.
Old style electrical installation. That China,
Yeah, Porcelain.
Porzellan, ja.
Und das ist welche Jahr?
Das ist
Dritte Reich oder Third Reich? Or?
if there was electrification, it could be from the early 20th century. Be 1910, it could be 1930. But I would guess 1910 before World War I. One door here, the second door here, and the third door covered the whole entrance.
Okay, so this was more important than just dry storage.
Also I assume it was for explosives,
Yeah.
and I assume also the roof could be weak and the walls are strong. In case of an explosion, the power, the pressure goes up, and the areas left and right of this are protected.
Yeah.
In this box, I think there was an electrical installation, and this
Yeah, there's a,
it was for the cable, and there you can see some remains of an electrical installation. I think it is like tear, and it was sticked over there.
The reason why I wanted you to see this is because the munition plant built here in Ludwigsdorf was built after World War I, before World War II. And if this is the technology and the storage facilities used in Germany during the time of World War I and World War II, what we're looking at in Ludwigsdorf, these small ones, are very strange.
that's from the stand from the conveyor belt.
Yeah.
And then come up there. You look at this, I'm looking at an area that's divided into sections, and some of them have more of a security perimeter. More than regular ammunition would have been produced here. From the security measures that's taken, this was not just an ammunition factory. But we don't yet know really what else, but that is definitely my first impression. But all excavation and research is forbidden by the Polish government. Just like Andreas in Switzerland is not allowed to dig in the bunkers he's found, or in Germany, or the archives are closed. This comes down to one very simple fact. If you have nothing to hide, you would show your cards. If you have something to hide, you will not let historians look. So what is it you are hiding? What is it the governments, the archives, the militaries are keeping secret so many years later?
Throughout this series, I will always give you my initial thoughts while I'm on the ground and memories are fresh. Granted, this is the first day I ever saw the Henge. Later on, having a web chat with Joseph, something came to mind. I noticed that in the center of the Henge, there's this little round, looks like a fire pit, which it might be, but it could also be a hole leading down to the underground tunnels. And what really surprised me was when I was looking over the building, there was another one that was identical. And certainly in the tunnels beneath, I saw no circular hole in the roof. So that's something I need to get back to. I'm going to gather my thoughts and come back here in a couple of days.
You want to come here. You want to come see this. Not necessarily because of the rumor of the UFO, because, come on. We're all kind of, that's a little high flying. I get the effort, but this is worth seeing for so many more reasons. And something went on here. This was definitely not just small bullets they were making in this place. There's more to it.
On the opposing side of the valley are the mining company buildings from the mine that it used to be. But I wanted to take a look at the slope coming up on the opposing side, because there was some interesting bunkers that Christoph played in as a kid, and they had a very interesting setup.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Here under the ground is a bunker room.
So we have a little two-man bunker, little firing position.
Possible.
Which
There
is
was an entrance. I don't see it now.
Must be an entrance down here.
Yeah.
As we all know, there's always a hole behind you and a spider in my hair. Yeah, so this is defending. Okay, I was wrong. So here we have still defensive firing, very rudimentary. No double access interlocking fields of fire, just access control for this room. And when I said room, obviously what I meant was a bunch of hallways underground. Holy shit. Here you have single arched. What was this? Okay, so this demarked the border. Just for a defensive position, and here comes up to air, that's what I thought. Two of them? Why is there two of them? What the hell is this? No, wait. Yeah, that's locked off. I get that. But why is there two? I see I don't see the bed hangers I'm used to. Oh, saw, different things. It's full of stuff. This was bricked up to the outside for some reason. Ah. Jesus. And this is bricked off, which means there's probably something behind there, or it could be dead end. Again, I'm not seeing bed hangers anywhere. Modern. So this is one of the bunkers that
that was used to secure the inner area of the hinge. And it goes on to another. Actually, that looks like a television port without a platform. That makes no sense. And here's another one. This makes no sense. There are 4. This is basically 2 hallways divided up into 4 rooms with a few smaller rooms. But there's 4 emergency exits, which are also air towers, of course, and a very rudimentary machine gun position at the front. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. It's not the only question I have. This makes no sense.
Maybe this way was really important.
But what I don't understand, there's 4 emergency exits for this small little bunker. 4. I don't see that on the Atlantic Wall. And that's another air tower for another one that is not connected with those.
From this bunker, you see only this
You do.
area, yeah.
And that looks.
Not the
You don't even see the road.
yeah.
You don't see the road. You don't see the. You actually. You see into this. I mean, the hill we're on is probably hollow. And here's another air with staircases. Again, this is filled up. Yeah, but for what? And which is underneath here, but what the entrance? Yeah. There's no entrance. I'm clearly standing on it, unless it's back here. Okay, it's here. Yeah. Here's the entrance to this one, but this is not an. This is just an entrance with no. And again, everywhere we see these. See them? I'm getting to be very familiar with those.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what's this?
Always remember, there's always a hole behind
Shut?
you. It's, well, possible. At this point in time, anything's possible. So this was a door with very, very simple firing positions for self-defense. You got a semi-arch, and you go, this is just a tunnel to an emergency exit. This is just so strange that there are these tunnels. This could have been a firing position. This could be firing towards the road, but there's only one.
Shut window. No, no.
No, that's what I keep thinking. There's something. There must be something else here, except that. No, this is the air. This is the emergency exit with the air. And then a lot of crap's been thrown down here. I get that, but there's nothing else to this tunnel. There's no reason for this to be here.
you have two tiny, small, not well protected firing positions. So at least it was not. It was. I mean, for security duty, maybe. You know, for local police. I mean, security. But for fighting, actual attack, no. But what would you do? Why? Why you build a little room like this with the other hallways in the other one? You have 4 of these. There's no hangers or installed for beds. This could very well have been an installation for a periscope. This could have been a periscope, and this could have been a firing position. Although it's and you look at the cement. This cement and fiber. This is not the typical German cement. There's a lot of. It used to be a little finer in between the grains. This looks to me. But there's rebar in it, so it is what it is. But
It's maybe gneiss. It's material from Riese tunnels, yeah?
well, that makes sense. You build with what you have. But no. What is the function of this place, though? Firing position. This is, yes, this is facing the road, but it is flimsy. There's no interlocking fields of fire here. There's no, and you get it right next to the factory. And I'm guessing there's a lot more of these. No, it's not. Maybe a guard post. Maybe a guard post.
Yeah, yeah.
A checkpoint, like a regular checkpoint.
Yeah, checkpoint. It's possible. Yeah.
So if there's a checkpoint for the people going that way,
Yeah.
that means there's something that way.
For power plants.
But this
zone.
well, yes, yeah, it could be a checkpoint for either way, coming in here or going that way.
Yeah.
There's a lot of secrets in these mountains. There's the power plant or the factory. Fly trap behind it. There are bunkers with strange fields of fire. And my only thought tactically is they're protecting this path, which makes me think, what is up this path? You have here installation with 2 exits. A relatively small bunker, firing protective 2 exits, a very strange field of fire, which makes me want to know what's up here. What is this position protecting? A long time ago, there used to be a road here. You can tell all this rubble, roughly the same size. Now, what makes the most sense to me, being a munitions plant, would be a road leading away from that large bomb magnet that is the power plant, where you put more bunkers for ammunition storage. That's what I would expect to find here, leading away from the fly trap. And here's what looks like part of a foundation. Could have been another access control reclaimed by nature. This is hard to tell because these small roads branch off in several directions and it's a very large forest. However, there are some very familiar footprints in the floor. Again, nature's reclaiming a lot of things, but that hill here, but here I'm walking out on, okay, I know what this is. All right, I don't know if you can tell. Here's one outcropping, here's one entrance, here's one outcropping that the tree has fallen onto. It's symmetric, it's parallel, has the right height. It is definitely not natural. So we're back to nature giving up a little bit. And I'm standing presumably on the roof what I would imagine is probably munition storage. It's parallel. Young trees on top of it makes perfect sense. You can actually see how it rounds here down to the sides. This clearly man-made. Sticks out in two directions and is covered up on all sides by relatively young trees. One of the things they teach you in boot camp, one of the first things is when applying camouflage, remember in nature there are no straight vertical lines. And here's clearly symmetry. But without the proper ground penetrating equipment, it's hard for me to determine this triangular top and another one over here. Yeah, well, again, nature didn't do this. Of course, people are digging here. This is man-made. Deep groove in the ground here. Could have been a protective trench. You were overlooking terrain. Here you never know. If it was a battlefield, I would know what to look for. This is a production manufacturing facility, and we don't really know what happened. It makes it very hard to guess. And this is what we always get here. Every time I look for an answer and find something that resembles an answer, it comes with another question. The official story for that whole installation was it was a munition plant. Okay, now if you buy that, munition was produced in the outskirts of Berlin by the army. What was all the SS people doing here? Why was it so top secret, highly protected and guarded? And why can we then still not find the papers? See, every time we come up with an answer, there's more questions. There's nothing here makes sense.
For now, I'm going back to the castle, and yes, I am staying at the Schloss Fürstenstein, and I'm going to have some of their lovely dinner. While we get ready for tomorrow, we're going to the Riese tunnels, and there's a few things I did not expect to see there.
I think there's a fairly strong possibility we're looking at a heavy water production facility, and there's quite a few reasons.
Now we will go and I will show you a room for Hitler.
Coming down here to where the munition buildings are, where the railway was. There's a little doghouse. That could be good or bad. I don't think the puppy dog is home. Again, I'm walking on one of the German roads. Clearly. There, more munition buildings that look like they've been repaired post-war. See the power plant down there. Here's foundations from a big building. One of the mines is up there. another, looks like a loading dock. These should have been the storage buildings for the munitions. Of all the things that I have no doubt of is that munitions were produced here, stored here, and shipped from here. Of that, I have no doubt. It's nice to know that you know one thing about something like this. The row of munition buildings down here look incredibly similar to the ones up on the hill. And this one looks exactly like a railroad loading bay. This does look like a rail loading building. And there you have one of the other mining buildings and another building. Again, trees on top, wartime camouflage. And all of them are in use today, which makes perfect sense. And obviously for what we're looking for, there's nothing in them. All of that would have long gone. But the structures are here giving testimony to this was a very large munition plant. And here, these hollowed out cement slabs with access for what looks like cabling, wiring, sewage, I've seen in a lot of places that the Germans built during the war. The red brick building could be newer, but this definitely does look like a loading dock. I would imagine trucks could be pulling in here, unloading on the other side. You would have the train tracks. On the other side you'd have the train tracks where you could load the trains with the munitions. And since somebody left the door open, that is an invitation, is it not? You can bring a little alcohol here and drink. If I'm correct, that door would lead out to a loading ramp on the other side. There's been a fire in here. I appreciate the effort, but I think it's been a while since there's been a train here. Another one of the old mining buildings up here. Yep. And on the other side of this building, as I suspected, is the loading ramp. Years ago, this was just full of trains, activity, rail lines, coal trains, and I'm actually walking on train tracks. Here are the actual train tracks. Lots of train tracks. Two sets there. I'm standing on some here. There are two sets of tracks there. It's been a long time since trains have been here, but this was full of rail. And since there is a train intersection with a somewhat of a stop sign, it may have been active longer than I thought. And down there you see the power plant. All this has been cleared. All all this would have just have been a huge train station leading down to the power plant. Way before the war ever got here. There were rail here from the late 18th centuries, and the buildings surrounding us here are the mining buildings, administration, and the rail run that way. So you're in a valley, you have lots of foliage, you have a lot of rail, you have power and electricity. Not a bad place to put a munition plant. And of course, that way around the hill is the labor camp. The rail loading docks, coming down to smaller storage buildings. Let's see what they contain. Lots of water from what I can see from where I'm standing. Lots of mud today. With no race whatsoever. Well, I'll say they left the door open. That is, as I have always said, an invitation. And a little technical tunnel here. It is also full of water. This is literally just one large room. Or a steel frame door and a very small room. And of course, there are tires everywhere because anything to do with World War II bunkers or buildings seems to be destined for storage of old tires. Oh, son of a bitch. Didn't I just say there was a technical tunnel? Oh well. And that's what it sounds like when you step in a hole. This is just a room. It is just a room. But this is constructed exactly like the others. All the other storage buildings. Now, given the amount of munition storage here was, it must have produced quite a bit. It's hard to date that building. Or what's left of it. So lots and lots and lots of buildings here as well. Chimney. And you see how these buildings look exactly like they do up on the road above the Henge. All munition storage, manufacturing. Camouflage on the roof. Larger building, you don't know what it was. Up here is the Henge, the munitions plant. And here's the remaining wall of the power plant. Old beautiful building. And the rail would extend all the way down here. Now there's a very specific reason why we're down here. Because we're looking for a hole in the wall. Literally. And Lord knows there's enough of those. But I don't know if the one we're looking for is here anymore. That wall could have come down. It's very hard to see what remains left. There's a couple of covers here. Holes in the ground, stinks of sewage. Probably are, and a wall up to the henge, which is up here. So let's go see if we can find what it is I'm looking for, and I will explain what that is and why that is of interest. And here inside one of the old munition buildings, before you get any ideas that these technical tunnels just run in here to supply them with power, these are far higher up than the tunnels I found and the ones running under the henge. These are shallow technical tunnels, and this is one of the rooms where munitions were made. So the tunnels that run through to all these buildings runs deeper. And the cross tunnels, depending how long they are, would run into the mountain. And we are back to, and one of the guys that runs the Moltke Museum, one of the guys, he confirmed that Nobel had underground manufacturing of some sort, and that's where they had repurposed the technical tunnels to run to. So that means we're back to the question, why did a munition factory need underground tunnels? They have these big buildings for any kind of conventional weaponry. I hope some of the documentation I have will bring us some more answers, because my question, why is high power voltage being run into tunnels into the mountain? And why did the Germans build a new head building if they were not mining? And mining stopped in 1939, and that building was not there in 1939. Whoa, okay. That's a little, okay, that's quite deep. That's a good 5-6 feet deep. Which brings us to watch where you're going. All the white munition buildings, of course they were supplied with electricity, but not this way, and not that much. And the road leading down that you've seen before. There's more of the munition buildings. See how they were tied together with the hooks, camouflage. And this row of building just continues. They're not quite the same as the ones running by the railroad. They're not quite the same type and strength as the ones running by the railroad line, except for they are lined up like pearls on a string, just like these, in one long row, just as long as the line of houses down by the railroad line. But again, fairly thick reinforced, lots and lots of camouflage. Down here, gatehouse that's collapsed, as you saw last time I was here. And this is the guard building that stands before the road leading up to the other munition buildings. And it once had some nice tile on it, I can tell. We were in here last time, so not really gonna make anything out of it. Just have a little guard shed. Control who drives in and out. And down here are the other munition buildings that we've also seen last time I was here. See classical roads, the way the Germans made them. And here are these buildings. There's an additional row of large manufacturing buildings like these. And of course, there's a hole in the ground. Why wouldn't there be? This is large enough to be a loading building. Certainly large enough for trucks to drive through. More buildings lined up down there. Oh yes, this was what I deemed to be the motor pool. Also, the walls were not collapsible in one direction. They're not weakened. So, motor pool. There are the other munition buildings. And there are more. And I was in all of these last time I was here. I just wanted to remind you where everything was. These are the these are the buildings where munitions were produced, right down there, with the walls that would collapse this way. So I guess if they had an accident, they would blow up the motor pool. Who am I to judge? Years ago, this was just full of trains, activity, rail lines, coal trains. And I'm afraid that when I come back here, I don't think the factory will be standing anymore. Henge, the munitions plant, and here's the remaining wall of the power plant. Old beautiful building. And the rail would extend all the way down here. Now there's a very specific reason why we're down here. Because we're looking for a hole in the wall. Literally. And Lord knows there's enough of those. But I don't know if the one we're looking for is here anymore. That wall could have come down. It's very hard to see what remains left. There's a couple of covers here. Holes in the ground, stinks of sewage. probably are, and a wall up to the henge, which is up here. So let's go see if we can find what it is I'm looking for, and I will explain what that is and why that is of interest.
And while I'm here, I want to document this building because I'm afraid that when I return next time, there may not be another chance since it's coming down day by day.
This could have been the bottom, the foundation of the conveyor belt running up to the top of the hill overlooking everything. Ow. I'm hoping that the boiler room is behind this wall. Clearly it's part of the old building. Arches, beautiful structures. This has not fallen down. I think this was a slide where something could come down from the conveyor belt. Maybe follow the wall here. Probably be safer to do it on the inside. Hang on, regrouping. That round bricked up hole in the wall could be what I'm looking for, but I'm looking for two. Don't know what all this caution stuff is for, but as you can imagine, I'm walking very, very carefully underneath another coal feeder. This could be the boiler room I'm standing in, which means the coal would be fed in here, which means the building I'm looking for, or the wall I'm looking for, is no more. I need to get on the other side of this caution tape without killing myself, so regrouping, be right back. But here you clearly see the height difference. The henge is up there, then there is this dip, and then you have the factory coming down here. Now, if you're going to put a cooling tower, why would you put it in a place where you have to pump the water up into? Of course, gravity would bring it back. But still, indications are that the cooling tower was built early on throughout the time of the war. And here's what I'm looking for. But not put in use. Because if it was put in use, well, what would need cooling? Here are the two holes I wanted to show you. And of course, you are now asking yourselves, why are these two holes important? Let me explain. The two holes you see up behind me leads into the boiler room of the power plant. That's important because straight that way behind camera is the henge, the cooling tower. Those are the two pipes that would lead water straight in the direction of the henge. This is where the water that would need cooling would go out through these two holes in pipes, elevated pipes, straight up to the henge, into the pond, into the cooling pond underneath the henge. That's where the water would go, come and go. So, henge, cooling tower, access to the factory, to the boiler room, makes sense. Elevated platform right here. However, that makes it interesting. They did not modernize the power plant during the war, but they built an enormous cooling tower. There already were several cooling towers, one down there, one over here. We have pictures of, we know where they are, or were. Why would you build a large cooling tower for an existing power plant make access to it unless you needed something more cooled than just from the power plant that was already existing and running on the existing cooling tower. What makes it even more interesting is we now have photos that are indicating that cooling hoses would run to, for instance, the Walther mine shaft down here. So if you have a henge that is a cooling tower, or was supposed to be a cooling tower, to the point where you laid infrastructure for cooling hoses to the factory, to the power plant, but also to the mine shafts, why on earth are you running cooling tubes to mine shafts? Technical tunnels to the munition plant, I understand. Technical tunnels with electricity to the munition plant, I get it. Cooling tubes to a closed mine shaft, that's all disappeared really quickly after the war. That I do not understand. Right there is a little arch, above which are the two holes. If you travel right behind me, right up there, above the wall, is what remains of a pillar, support pillar, that would have or could have held those pipes. It has broken off since and is laying on its side, but that support pillar would have held the two pipes that would have run right above the wall into under where the henge is, which is right on the other side of this. So there is the support pillar for the pipes. Now at least I am as certain as I can be that infrastructure was created for pipes to run from the factory to the henge. Henge, this scenario being a cooling tower, that we have ample evidence and certainly pictures that indicates it is. Now the second step of this evolution is, were there pipes leading from the henge into the Walther shaft's new head building that's pretty much gone and destroyed? Because I'm seeing two shafts up there that both have been labeled as the Walther shaft, and that's not really possible. And here, see this part of the wall where the supports for the conveyor belt behind this tree, that leads up to the factory and up to the top of the hill. That was built into the wall because that conveyor belt was much, much older than the new attachment down here for the pipes leading up to the henge. These were actually built into the retaining wall. And above that you see another pillar for that conveyor belt that then follows all the way up to the top of the mountain. I am glad this wall is still here, and I'm very glad I actually got to be able to take photos of these, because sooner or later this will come down and there'll be no more. But in here is the boiler room. And you can see this was a beautiful ornate building. But you can certainly also see these are the beautiful ornate building windows, the arches from back in the day when it was constructed. And then you look up on these holes, they were literally gouged out of the wall. They were not here when the factory was originally built. These two access tubes, access holes, they were not at all here for that. They're new, lined and everything. What a beautiful building. What construction went into this? The late 19th century. And behind the tree here are the two holes. And here are the platforms for the boilers. This was all pillars from up here. Have the burners and the boilers up here. Because here are the platforms. And I'm standing on another one. Something special about this building. Here are the platforms. These are the platforms of the boilers. There are the holes. And here are the platforms. I'm standing on one. There's one over there underneath this rubble. It would be hard to say that this building would be here for a long time. The coal would come in here, be stored. Well, it was come off on the other side. Up here is, right outside here, is where the slide from the mountain comes down. The conveyor belt cart comes down the mountain out here, would have gone in over here, unloaded fuel here, coal, have the burners and the boilers up here. All makes sense, except why would you build a huge cooling tower slightly off site without modernizing the plant? And the wall here in the end, where the old cooling tower was, clearly is no more, which makes looking for an access to it rather hard. Just a comparison. Would have been interesting to see how large the original access holes were to the original water tower, cooling towers. Upwards.
I wanted to take the time to go for one final look and see if I could find any of the old attachments to the old cooling towers, or possibly any technical tunnels pointing in the direction of the henge and the mountain.
As of the basement, or the main hall would be in here. How ornate this is. This is one of the original holes that was here for decoration. Lighting, window. And here in the rubble is styrofoam. Styrofoam, to my knowledge, was not invented until after the war. Wow. So if I go down here, can I come back up? Well, probably. Where's the rubble that looks the most forgiving? This is the power plant. What's left of it. Bloody jacuzzi in here. Sort of annoys me, to be quite honest. Five, 6, 7, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pillars are numbered. I'm looking for access of tunnels. I mean, look at how ornate just these little walls were. But I'm not finding any tunnels. I actually see a wood ceiling and a piece of wood hanging right over my head. That's what it looks like it's about to give way. Look at the beautiful octagon tile here. This was no doubt a beautiful building back in its heyday. No tunnels. Well, there is an underground, but there's no tunnel. Don't know what it is, but I know what it isn't. Here's a pipe. There's a hole. And there's a pipe more underneath me. There's not. Something came through that hole, about the same size as the other two holes. And here is one pipe. And there looks like in stands for the pipe there to turn. This could have been one of the pipes for the old cooling tower back in the day. I have no idea. Looks like I'm in the bathroom again. There's an underground, but this is not really tunnels. You remember last time I was here, there's a beautiful ornate round corner right here that has been torn down. They are actively working right now to tear down these remains, and that is a god-awful shame. I understand it can't be salvaged, but still. And we are high above the munitions plant and the power plant, and you start seeing more munition bunkers built into the side of the mountain, and for the first time here, closed off. But if you look at the original opening, there would have been a rail taking the heavy product in and storing them here. So this is ammunition storage, and I have just acquired the list of what the Moltke dynamite plant actually produced. And again, a little further up, another one, identical. Basically just a room, munition storage, straightforward. And the third one, very well sunken into the mountain, very well camouflaged. And continuing up from the road, there's another munition storage. That's a rather large indent in the woods. It looks bigger than the others. And the interesting thing is there's bits and pieces lying around, so I don't know if it's been demolished as well as some of them were. Hard to say what happened to it. The floor appears to have been broken up. Try to go through here. Jeez. This whole mountain looks like there's a storage underneath it. Or this would have been where they had placed the munitions and then blown it up, because it has been exploded. And this was just simply the way in and out, because there's no way into this dirt mound. This is almost close to what we've seen in Göteborg, where dirt mounds literally protected production facility or building inside. That is no longer there. And obviously, given the remnants on the ground, something was here that was demolished. I just find it strange that this is not hollow. Now this is rather interesting, and I'll tell you why. You remember the small bunkers where you had to drive in? You drive through and have these small storages I showed you last time I was here. Well, here's 3 more, but they are a lot larger. I would imagine here would be 3 very large munition storages or deposits where you could drive your trucks in here, and then should be an opening coming up to my left. There is. These are the large munition storages. Just like the small ones, obviously the doors are gone, and this is exactly what it is. A very large munition storage hidden in a dirt mound in a forest, maybe a kilometer's drive from the factory where the munition was produced. Ventilation which sticks out on the roof. I imagine the floor here would have been a lot lower because now it's full of sand. But this is just one big reinforced room to store munitions. And then there's at least 3 of them from what I can see. I don't know how it ended up being full of sand. There'll be one door there, another one here. And if there was an accidental detonation, it would come straight into this hillside. Nothing strange or sinister about this. This is just pure and simple munition storage. Ease of access, where the smaller ones closer to the actual factory could very easily just have been for detonators, explosives, small arms munition that was produced here, or the explosives needed more frequently and therefore deposited there just for the basic ease of logistics. Very straightforward, very simple. Drive in, munition storage, and there's 3 of these. And up there on top is the air intake for ventilation. There's the entrance to the one we were just in. And then here's the next one. Ventilation on top. I will be very surprised if it is not exactly identical. You can see the access roads here. Well, they're covered with dirt, but the cement slabs underneath are the German roads. Straightforward slabs of cast cement stone. And yep. See, if there's an accident, the blast would simply just deflect into the mound of dirt here. Just one room. Weird. Well, I knew the floor was... Alright, so there's the room, and then there's your 2 steps down to what somebody have decided to turn into a hole. I do not understand why there's the hollow floor here. There's an underground. Couldn't understand why there would be an underground to munition storage. 2-story munition storage seems strange, honestly. There's no space. It doesn't seem like a hollow floor. There's nothing there. It is just a... Well, there was a subfloor where they painted the wall down there. There could be a second story underneath. I couldn't imagine why, but it's possible, of course. See where the doors would have closed. Hinges. Electrical or ventilation, not sure. You know what? This looks like a drill core. Looks like somebody's been drilling. This is a bit of a drill core. I do not see why anybody would want to drill down, but again, everybody's looking for something out here. Down here below, you see the small bunkers, munition storages, with a much smaller driving entrance into the one we saw last time.
And a little bit around the corner, it's a nice series of smaller munition manufacturing locations, I would think. Could also be storage. They're camouflaged, and they are camouflaged, and they are just up the road from the smaller munition storage dump. You can literally see these smaller buildings, small rooms, and then right here you have the first driveway into the small storage that we saw last time. Same principle as the bigger munition storage bunkers, closer to the factory, absolutely, which makes a lot more sense if this is stuff that is either sensitive or there is a more frequent turnaround, or it needs to be used more often, plain and simple. And there's two of these. And this is exactly what there is. Just a room, a large room with ventilation. And I found the original guardhouse, which is hiding on this side of the road, leading into where the Moltke is. And the original guardhouse, which is there. Literally just a little old gatehouse. Nothing strange about this. Cement pillars sitting in there. You have the house here. That leads down to the water. There's been a hole in the wall here. From this window, you would literally be able to see the axis of the plant coming and going. This does look like stands for a rail, but I haven't found any others than these two.
Since the last season, I have found a lot of maps, cards, from before, during, and after the war that indicates the Henge was constructed between 1930 and 1942, quite possibly right up around the time of the start of the war. But why? Also, it's come to light that there's a whole lot of underground missing connections that has been overlooked, including tunnels leading from the power plant from the Henge and into the mine buildings. Buildings that rapidly after the war ended disappeared and are no longer in the post-war maps. Also, the Henge was situated on top of a lot of old mine shafts that were no longer in use. So why build new mine buildings? I'm going back to try to find some answers.
It's hardly a surprise to think that I feel I have a little unfinished business when it comes to the Henge. Now, I've been around Europe filming through Austria, Germany, Poland, Czechia for the past month, and I found some really, really strange things, and I have to go home, put it all together, and edit it for you. But we all know there's some unfinished business going on under the Henge. I found those tunnels, found some pipes, and there's some connections between the Henge, the factory, the munition plant that I want to go have a look at.
So I guess we can call this a pre-episode because I'm still out here looking and digging and finding history and figuring out what's going on. But my little pre-investigation of the Henge, I want to share it with you because, well, you guys are just as impatient to see what's in that tunnel as I am. And now it's time to try to figure out where the missing pieces are that I couldn't find last time. And before I go digging, let's go walk through the tunnels just for a quick reminder of what they look like. This heavy stair, this is a significant piece of stairs and it's sloping up. It is not really even what would you imagine people walking to work. And then there's this cover floor here with a red brick. This is well, the brick is covered by this, so it could be covers all of the brick. We're drawing the there. There's a hole. Insulation might fit that pipe in the corner. Here's up to another one of the ventilation domes. So I'm maybe a meter underground. I don't have to tell you how wet it is in here. From all these drainage pipes, water running off the mountain. Wow. Very wet in here. And the end of that tunnel, I think this tunnel leads. Yeah, this is almost flooded. The end of that tunnel leads to the tunnel I found broken. You will get that with heavier boots. We had a break here. There's another division. The divisions appear to originally have been red brick. Door divisions. From some of the photos, I remember seeing indents for hinges, and they were quite thick. Well, there would have been doors sealing these off. So if this was just a ventilation, there would not have been any doors. And even if there was doors, but did these doors break off? And these shells were the pipes where the electricity was kept. Like were they excluded? So there was no type of pressure or air pressure, or overpressure in that sense. It's very wet in here. And this is sloping down by 30 degrees. This hallway could theoretically be set to continue if we skip the staircase. And it does continue because you see
the cable shelves. They just follow, so the cables would follow and cross this. I'm going to go back up here. Give you guys a better indication of how these that leads out. We have this cement floor could be elevated post-war. It's hard to say. And now we're coming into the circle, circling around. And then here is the last division. Where I was wondering if this brickwork was recent. There seemed to be a sloping indication of something that was sloping, so it's not marked from the water level. And up here is another ventilation tower. That's pretty straightforward. The bricks are clean. The masonry here is dirty. And again, here you see these grooves that are matching something. Of course, you have the water vent shafts into the mountain. Something. And you see here in the door, where there was a door, you could see where the hinges and the door latch once was. And the drainage runs under. Again, that could have been very easily post-war. This staircase is way higher than this one. So this is the curve. It's a very gentle curve. It does not circle around in and around. Let's see where this goes. Funny, first time I was here, I don't remember it having sloped this much. And here is the small vent port from before. And here, a really low hallway. And when I say low hallway, this is how low this is. This is not a walking tunnel. Unless they elevated the ground just for the water runoff. But again, alright, let's come down here where you can clearly see the water just running off in the canals, coming from upstairs, of course, to the lowest point of gravity. And you see the pipes that will cross under sea, so there would never have been a rail here. And there's an access hatch with probably a step, and the ground is right above my head here. And here are more pipes that intercede across this hallway. And they're all hemorrhaging water. It has been a rather wet year, granted. And here is a collapsed access hatch, which somewhat unsafely is hovering above my head here. Alright, keep coming down. This should lead me to under the henge. I'm hoping I can do GPS ping when I get here. Because that way I can find exactly where this point is above us. And here's one of the pipes still in place. And I'm thinking this pipe has always been here because this groove for the wire runs under it, and that doesn't look post-war. So these cable grooves, incidentally, are in better shape the further away I get. And here's the wall. Get up to the next access point, maybe. I could easily be 20, no, I'm 15, 20 meters underground. Oh. I think I can't draw the pin in here. There's just no reception underground here. There's, however, also no radiation down here. So I suppose it's good. Don't know why I sound disappointed. I can at least find out if I can drop 2 pins at the entrance. Here's the first. Here I can see sky. At least here I should be able to drop a pin. Where this tunnel is going is facing straight out this window. So that is the direction. There's the henge, but this is the direction of this tunnel. It leads down to the power plant. So there's one leading away from here. So this tunnel, however, not to worry, it does turn in under towards the henge. But it could be skirting it just underneath. And then there's this. Okay, now I can stand up straight. It was literally just at the end. It had this weird. Behind the trees was the tunnel entrance that I found, leading in under that structure that used to be one of the old mining buildings. And it is a technical tunnel, that's confirmed. And the technical tunnels were used by the munitions plant. Right here, there are several of the technical tunnels that were used by the munitions plant. The remains of one of the mine buildings, and over here is the Walter tunnel that has been sealed, that entrance. And what was interesting about the Walter tunnel is it was very, very large, and there was a building constructed in relation to it during the war, if we are to look at photos and plans. But there was no mining taking place during the war, and afterwards
that very large building disappeared rather rapidly. And another very interesting piece of information, given how much people have an interest in this area. The Chinese have recently been, as recent as 10 years ago, been to this area looking to explore the coal deposits here. So it seems everybody has an interest in this area for various reasons. But if this was a munitions plant, it makes perfect sense. But here's a square where you would have materials and you would load. Now, cooling tower? I'm okay with the cooling tower. The interesting part about the cooling tower is there was supposedly cooling pipes leading from it to various different parts other than the power plant. Which brings the question is, why would you lead cooling pipes away from the power plant to some of the mine entrances? Which brings us to, what would you cool in a closed mine? Here's the road up behind the henge. And this is the very, very long row of munitions buildings leading all the way down that hall. And here was one of the old mining buildings. And down here is the tunnel I found. Now, if the tunnels were technical tunnels used by the munition plant, don't know how long it will be, but I guess we're about to find out. It's been a while. I've been looking forward to finding this tunnel, and I'm breaking all my own rules by going down here without a backpack, without a helmet, without my oxygen, all the things I usually bring with me, including a partner. But you know what? I want to see what's in there. Here we are. Side of the mill. Side of the remains of one of the old mining buildings. And over here there's a lot of dirt that I don't remember. I swear if they filled it up. This is underneath the old mining building. Looks exactly like it did when I was here. With a nice piece of rebar hanging right over the tunnel. This has caved in since last time I was here. That's bad juju. And the one I'm standing on as well. This was not caved in like this last time I was here. You clearly see the grooves for the technical tunnel. And you see it the other way here. This was not filled up like this. All this dirt here has caved in since I was here. Of course, there's a floor hanging above me. Damn it. So these tunnels, I could see this all the way through to the other end. Damn it. I don't know. I really thought I could sneak in there under the cave-in and just follow the tunnel. And last year I probably could have. Even if they are just technical tunnels to a munition plant, I want to know where they lead, and I know what was in there.
It does not look like a one-man excavation job. And the other tunnel, I could see light in there last time. And one thing is, you start rummaging around, then you have a whole lot of stuff hanging up here, literally hanging by threads. And this, of course, is caved in. This was underneath the building. This looks like there's a sand wall holding up half of it. See arches up there. But you do see this hole. And that's interesting because that is what was cut out of that hole. People actually crawling around in here. Real serious echo. Sorry, I have to see the sideways. There's no other ways to run. I don't see any doors. That's interesting. I wonder why somebody would think that there's something there. That's real troubling. I have to try. I know that's kind of what you could expect of me, so we'll give it a shot. Loose soil. Very loose soil. You know that sinking feeling? Tunnel's going that way. Look at this here. Now I don't know if this is caved in deliberately or just because of time, because those tunnels were far more open when I was here just 7 months ago. You clearly see there's a tunnel. This is the tunnel on the roof. And it is completely caved in here. Damn it. The tunnel's going that way. It's not going this way. It's going in there, under the building. The tunnel's collapsed that way. That opens a whole different can of worms. That way and that way. Right between the two buildings that still remain. That I did not expect. That leads into the henge. This, I don't know where the hell that goes. Alright. So it seems this building was built during the war around that time, which sort of explains why it doesn't look like the other red brick mine buildings. This was new and rebar and cement like we're used to. This was built for the munition building. This was built for the munition factory. And the tunnels, well, this is not a mine shaft. You're not going to lead something like this to a mine shaft, like they said, the second Walter shaft. That means they have intersections running parallel to the left into the mountain. And you have a collapse here as well. And people obviously have some interest in this building. since they actually spent time to bring equipment up here to drill out this section. So what really was here? Doesn't look like anything near the other mine building. Doesn't look like this at all. If it had been, they would be identical because they would be head buildings for a mine shaft. This is much taller. And if there was a mine shaft there, there would not be a technical tunnel running right across it or right next to the opening. That would make it unstable and unsafe. So what was it? Maybe it wasn't a mine building at all. There's rubble everywhere, but I remember other tunnels coming out on the other side. Tunnels. That is the roof of the other tunnel that has collapsed here. Yes, this is what I found last time. With cement side pillars. Look at this. This is the roof of the tunnel. Because it runs right into the collapse under the building. So the question is, where does this tunnel go? Part of the old building there, and there's the top of the other tunnel right there. See, there's just enough of an arch to make out there's a tunnel, but that was higher to the ground. Now we have this thing, which is literally, I'm walking next to it. The only thing that didn't collapse was the tunnel. Lord knows that there's a building here as well. So this tunnel would have run under that building. And then it just went on and on and on. Down that way. Where did this thing go? And does it any crisscross into the mountains? I mean, look at this. See where the tunnel is? And then it comes into whatever happened here. Destruction? Implosion? Tunnels turning from there up into the mountain there and under the road. But what is all this? Jesus, piece of marble plate. A marble plate with holes drilled in it. Alright, fine, we agree, nature doesn't do that. It's a piece of glass. So, what is all this? Either somebody dug here for a significant portion of their life, even if there was a building here. And it looks like I'm standing on the tunnel, I think. There's more marble. If they drill holes in it, it's not floor tile. If they drill holes in it, it's not floor tile. Why would you drill a hole in a marble plate? Alright. There must have been a building, something here.
So this leads straight down to the building with a tunnel underneath. Ceramic sink, bathroom, toilet. Ooh. Concrete wall with pipes in it. Deep hole in the ground. There's something for pipes. And there's something underneath there as well. So, tunnel, groove, question mark. Why is there a cement wall? Looks like good condition too. I know somewhere down here there should be a mine building, but the grooves in the ground continues. I'm walking on structure as well. Weatherproofing? Yeah, weatherproofing. This is tar that you see on the roof of bunkers. It's weatherproofing. So there would have been something big enough here that would need weatherproofing, and a tunnel that just continues, that just keeps going. Or something. There's a building here too. A lot of red brick, a lot of cement. A lot more weatherproofing. There's just a huge indent in nature here, and a tunnel that just runs parallel. If it's a technical tunnel, there's no reason for it to just keep running away from the munition plant, which is by now probably behind me. Tunnel that way, mountain to the right, henge down this way, and here is more collapsed tunnel. Yes. Yes! Collapsed tunnel. Don't get too happy. This is where the collapse starts. But there. And there? What the hell is this? What the hell's in there? I can get in here. I have to get some light in there. And so we got, god damn it, collapsed tunnel. Let's see what's in there. Whoa. Whoa. That's a serious tunnel. That's a serious fucking tunnel. I was so happy there for a minute. But here you see how the tunnels split inside, change directions. And collapse that way, collapse that way. So there's also an elevation to these. Yeah, let's see, look at the bricks. This is an archway. This will be a step down here, just like here. Well, and it would have continued. Special. Alright, out again. Here is the building. Well, I use the term
somewhat loosely. What's left of a building. And another one. And I think I am behind the old head buildings. Tunnel. Outstanding. I think we'd all probably agree I can't get in there. I don't think this was. I don't know what this was. This looks bricked up. Pointing to the side. Yeah, look. Here's an arch. So this was bricked up. And this was running towards the mountain. And this looks more like a technical shaft, or it's not big enough for people. But this here was. Demolished. Wall over there. Tunnels in the mountain. Alright. You getting the picture yet? Collapses of buildings. Tunnels. Everywhere. So, which ones were used by the mine? Which ones were used by Nobel Dynamite? And why? They were making explosives in hidden bunkers above ground. Oh, can you see how this turns? Take a look at this. Oh, okay. It doesn't turn. It's a collapse into it. Yeah. Here's another collapse section. Technical tunnel. Yes. Damn it, collapsed. Ah, damn it. There's another collapsed tunnel. Christoph weren't kidding when he said the tunnels were everywhere and collapsed. But these are all pointing parallel with the road and then sideways into the mountain. There's another piece of it. See the brickwork of the outside of the tunnel running that way, all the way up to the henge. I need some GPR. I need some handheld GPR. Alex, where are you? There's tunnels everywhere. In every direction, might I please add. Just look at this. Holes, grooves. There's not just one tunnel running one way and the one running the other way. This is a network. I can't use a drone here, obviously. I wish I could for you. We'll see if what LiDAR says. Wow. There's debris, buildings, rubble everywhere. Look at this. Big slab here. Probably the roof section of something. Here. So, why did they leave all the other buildings standing, but this one, or these, had to be completely demolished? Look at that. That's the tunnel. That's been sealed up. That's what it damn well looks like. This is the top of the tunnel that I've been following. I've been into, that's been collapsed to places. Why are you running technical tunnels like this? And see, it gets better. There's one. See the groove over there? The ground? Another one parallel. Damn. Strangest thing. Nothing here is just straightforward. Look at this. There's the back of a tunnel
slowly been eroded, probably by weather. And there's the entrance to another that runs parallel. Something went on underground here. Was the henge connected? Of course it was. It was intended to cool down something more than just the power plant, because the power plant already had cooling towers. I can honestly say I was inside one of the tunnels.
Now, why is all this important? In this pre-war map, I have found the 2 mine shafts labeled, the buildings labeled, and then suddenly all this construction happened during the war, such as these buildings, and it's clearly to see the Walter and the Kunigunda shaft are individually mentioned. There's 1 shaft each, so why is there a 3rd head building this big? This is the old Kunigunda shaft. You would think the Walter shaft would be just as big, but it has completely disappeared. And what of all the buildings that stood here at the end of the war? They are all gone. The remains of the Kunigunda shaft is still there. The Walter shaft is sealed, with its building completely gone, but what of the 3rd building, under which I found the tunnels? The open tunnels, the ones I try to get into, they are not mentioned. There's no reason to build another mine shaft. You're not going to build a 3rd Walter shaft, and the mine was not operational during the war. So if you look at the square, where are all the buildings from the surveillance footage taken in 1945? There's not even remnants of these buildings. I always thought the 2 buildings under which I found the tunnels looks a little too new or modernized in some way that fits more with wartime construction. Now I want to go see if I can find the Kunigunda mine shaft building and compare it to the remnants of the one I crawled around underneath.
People seem to be walking here. So. Another part of the mining building, I presume. Which makes me wonder if there's a tunnel underneath this. And how far this utility tunnel goes in. Because it shoots off in 3 directions. This tunnel shoots off in 3 different directions, and all of them are blocked right now. One of them leads back down to the technical building down here. But clearly there was a nice floor up there once. See how this is just hanging. It's just hanging, this dangling here. Similar holes on the other side. They don't lead down. Bird. So this was the hole I sort of got stuck in last time. You all thought was funny. Fair enough. I spent a very long time looking forward to getting into that damn tunnel. Now I have to go get permits and dig for it. Alright. It's another foundation of another one of the mining buildings. Presumably. And over here is a wall. So I'm standing in what used to be a building here. And I smell dead animal. I don't think we can blame anybody on this, but just saying that, just for give you guys a little ambiance. So that building will probably used to extend to that foundation. That was connected to the connection to the buildings in there. Okay. It's one of the old mine buildings. This is near the Walter Tunnel entrance. And here's the square, as you can clearly see. And here, the German roads continue. And you can just see this is not a World War II building. This was an old mining building. You can see by the missing arches by the windows. This was late 1800s, could be. Certainly pre-war. I think this is part of the old mining entrance. Seeing something that looks a little newer up there. Yeah, look at this building. I think this was part of the Walter Tunnel entrance building. Pipes running in the cement there. And that is what remains of the Walter Tunnel. And that goes down 499 meters. So I don't have to tell you that if the Germans hit anything down there, it's going to be several steps beyond almost impossible to get out. And certainly expensive. This is part of the old mining building. And this is probably the steel beams that would hold up the larger building of the entrance housing, the shaft room and the hoist and all that. But the road I'm walking on resembles very much the World War II German Axis road. And here's another building with a tree growing out of it, and a lot of dirt in there. Has also collapsed. But these were all part of the Walter Tunnel. And one thing you have to remember is the Henge is located right underneath a lot of these different tunnels. Granted, I'm going to go with the cooling tower. But we're going to have a look at that because there's much more to that part of the story that has become more interesting than the Henge itself. And the munition warehouses would be down here where the railroad is. This is the building over this mine shaft. This was the other large mine shaft that's been covered up and sealed 9 ways from Sunday. And above it used to be this building that I don't know is identical to the other one. This one does look a little bit more intact. And it is 150 meters from it. Let's see what we can see. This seems to be a lot more of this, except for the wall that fell down, but let's not stand on formalities, shall we? What is a wall amongst friends? definitely. Large, old. Look at the window arches, old. Original mining building from before the war by some margin. What was added to it during the time of the wars, if anything, is hard to say. But this is certainly the original building. Now the mine was shut down in 1939, which means the buildings would have been vacant and it could have been used for the munition plant. Interesting staircase, actually. Came up from both sides to a platform. Slowly coming apart, see daylight between the ceilings up there. Rather interesting how there looks like there's a cement bunker built inside the existing structure of red brick. Actually, this looks like World War II all the way. But of course, this type of cement was always also used before World War I, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, we're assuming nothing will fall on me. We are assuming that, right? The outside. This does seem like this little structure is sort of built inside the other one. I don't know why you would need a reinforced cement structure inside a red brick building. A very big building. I'm sensing this is going to be one of those days where I walk around inside things that may fall down. I accept the risk. I can see why this building could be used by the Munition Factory. Don't know what for. And I'm pretty certain that there are no clues in the underground here as to why. However, we're just going to swing on. What is this? Electricity. Alright. Outside again. There's always electricity involved. I wonder how much electricity a munitions plant would actually require. Of course, that depends on what type of munition they are producing. Plastic.
this. This is a very large building. The next hall. Styrofoam we've seen from what the Russians left behind. And out here's where the wall had come down. Attachments on this wall. More attachments. See how the wood dowel is built into the brick wall. This could even be a post-war modification, since this wall was not made with this dowel in here. A hole was drilled, the wood was stuck in, and then it was filled up to support it with interesting. Okay, so here's the wall that has fallen down from here. And here's another room. Now what I'm not seeing in this room is technical tunnels. However, what I am seeing is styrofoam. I wonder if the Russians used this as a cold storage after the war, or at least to keep something cold, because they lined the walls with styrofoam, even the doorways. I think I better get out the way I came in. But again, what I'm not seeing here is technical tunnels like I saw up under the other old mine building. Of course, I'm also walking on tons of rubble that has come down, so let's not be optimistic on that. And here is a hole in the ground. It really doesn't look very deep. Access or something. It just looks like a hollow floor, not really like a hole. Interesting. I mean, what are the odds it's going to fall down with me on it? Come on, I mean, it's been here for 100-some years. It'll hold my fat butt. I mean, right? Well, so far, yes. I have big mining buildings. It just looked like this foundation of cement is different than this is built up with brick and then covered up with masonry. And this is the floor that has come down. Good, I'm walking on the floor that has already come down in one place.
I actually feel the floor vibrating. Why do I sense that was a bad idea? It's the upstairs for where I just was. Well, I'm here. I could absolutely see this having been used for munitions. And here's the road. With a support pillar there. I will say this building will not be here forever. It's one of those things I guess I'm glad to see while it's still standing. And here you have the room that's got styrofoam on all the walls. I have no idea. It must have been for some sort of cool storage. Looks like there's some sort of drywall mesh outside. So this was a deliberate. This was deliberately reconverted or reconstructed into coal, to some sort of coal storage, and then painted. And there's even the mesh over it in some places, sort of like you would use to connect drywall. I don't see any styrofoam anywhere else, so. Okay. Let's try to make our way back the stairs down to the mine entrance to the munition buildings below. Yes, they are at least new. I'm just going to hop the wall on this one because this room is literally vibrating from walking in it. Alright, so and there is the covered up, or the sealed up mine entrance.
Alright, step 1 complete. There are tunnels documented running throughout the entire area, and coming from the power plant in through the mountains, under the buildings, under the huge Kunigunda mine shaft building that is still there, or at least partially. Now that brings us to another question. The Henge was constructed, supposedly, as a cooling tower for the factory, for the power plant. The power plant already had several existing huge cooling towers, and they did not modernize or upgrade at that time their machinery. So why would they need another cooling tower? And of course, if it was a cooling tower, it would need a connection to the henge in between them. We need to find that. And what if that connection through tubes would continue through the technical tunnels up into the mountain? That would open a whole new can of worms. Let's start with step number 2.
Up here is the henge, the munitions plant, and here's the remaining wall of the power plant. Old beautiful building. And the rail would extend all the way down here. Now there's a very specific reason why we're down here. Because we're looking for a hole in the wall. Literally. And Lord knows there's enough of those. But I don't know if the one we're looking for is here anymore. That wall could have come down. It's very hard to see what remains left. There's a couple of covers here. Holes in the ground, stinks of sewage. Probably are, and a wall up to the henge, which is up here. So let's go see if we can find what it is I'm looking for, and I will explain what that is and why that is of interest.
And while I'm here, I want to document this building because I'm afraid that when I return next time, there may not be another chance since it's coming down day by day.
This could have been the bottom, the foundation of the conveyor belt running up to the top of the hill overlooking everything. Ow. I'm hoping that the boiler room is behind this wall. Clearly it's part of the old building. Arches, beautiful structures. This has not fallen down. I think this was a slide where something could come down from the conveyor belt. Maybe follow the wall here. Probably be safer to do it on the inside. Hang on, regrouping. That round bricked up hole in the wall. Could be one I'm looking for, but I'm looking for two. Don't know what all this caution stuff is for, but as you can imagine, I'm walking very, very carefully. Underneath another coal feeder. This could be the boiler room I'm standing in, which means the coal would be fed in here, which means the building I'm looking for, or the wall I'm looking for, is no more. I need to get on the other side of this caution tape without killing myself, so regrouping, be right back. But here you clearly see the height difference. The henge is up there, then there is this dip, and then you have the factory coming down here. Now if you're going to put a cooling tower, why would you put it in a place where you have to pump the water up into? Of course, gravity would bring it back. But still, indications are that the cooling tower was built early on throughout the time of the war. And here's what I'm looking for. But not put in use. Because if it was put in use, well, what would need cooling? Here are the two holes I wanted to show you. And of course, you are now asking yourselves, why are these two holes important? Let me explain. The two holes you see up behind me leads into the boiler room of the power plant. That's important because straight that way behind camera is the henge, the cooling tower. Those are the two pipes that would lead water straight in the direction of the henge. This is where the water that would need cooling would go out through these two holes in pipes, elevated pipes, straight up to the henge, into the pond, into the cooling pond underneath the henge, That's where the water would go, come and go. So, Henge, cooling tower, access to the factory, to the boiler room, makes sense. Elevated platform right here. However, that makes it interesting. They did not modernize the power plant during the war, but they built an enormous cooling tower. There already were several cooling towers, one down there, one over here. We have pictures of, we know where they are, or were. Why would you build a large cooling tower for an existing power plant, make access to it, unless you needed something more cooled than just from the power plant that was already existing and running on the existing cooling tower? What makes it even more interesting is we now have photos that are indicating that cooling hoses would run to, for instance, the Walther mine shaft down here. So if you have a henge that is a cooling tower, or was supposed to be a cooling tower, to the point where you laid infrastructure for cooling hoses to the factory, to the power plant, but also to the mine shafts, why on earth are you running cooling tubes to mine shafts? Technical tunnels to the munition plant, I understand. Technical tunnels with electricity to the munition plant, I get it. Cooling tubes to a closed mine shaft, that's all disappeared really quickly after the war. That I do not understand. Right there is a little arch, above which are the two holes. If you travel right behind me, right up there, above the wall, is what remains of the pillar, support pillar, that would have or could have held those pipes. It has broken off since and is laying on its side, but that support pillar would have held the two pipes that would have run right above the wall into under where the henge is, which is right on the other side of this. So there is the support pillar for the pipes. Now at least I am as certain as I can be that infrastructure was created for pipes to run from the factory to the henge. Henge, this scenario being a cooling tower, that we have ample evidence and certainly pictures that indicates it is. Now the second step of this evolution is, were there pipes leading from the henge into the Walther shaft's new head building that's pretty much gone and destroyed? Because I'm seeing two shafts up there that both have been labeled as the Walther shaft, and that's not really possible. And here, see this part of the wall where the supports for the conveyor belt behind this tree, that leads up to the factory and up to the top of the hill. That was built into the wall because that conveyor belt was much, much older than the new attachment down here for the pipes leading up to the henge. These were actually built into the retaining wall. And above that you see another pillar for that conveyor belt that then follows all the way up to the top of the mountain. I am glad this wall is still here, and I'm very glad I actually got to be able to take photos of these, because sooner or later this will come down and there'll be no more. But in here is the boiler room. And you can see this was a beautiful ornate building. But you can certainly also see these are the beautiful ornate building windows, the arches from back in the day when it was constructed. And then you look up on these holes, they were literally gouged out of the wall. They were not here when the factory was originally built. These two access tubes, access holes, they were not at all here for that. They're new, lined and everything. What a beautiful building. What construction went into this. the late 19th century. And behind the tree here are the two holes. And here are the platforms for the boilers. This was all pillars from up here. Have the burners and the boilers up here. This is the power plant. What's left of it. 5, 6, 7, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pillars are numbered. I'm looking for access of tunnels. I mean, look at how ornate just these little walls were. But I'm not finding any tunnels. I actually see a wood ceiling and a piece of wood hanging right over my head. That's what it looks like it's about to give way. Look at the beautiful octagon tile here. This was no doubt a beautiful building back in its heyday. No tunnels. Well, there is an underground, but there's no tunnel. Don't know what it is, but I know what it isn't. Here's a pipe. There's a hole. And there's a pipe more underneath me, there's not. Something came through that hole, about the same size as the other two holes. And here is one pipe. And there looks like in stands for the pipe there to turn. This could have been one of the pipes for the old cooling tower back in the day. I have no idea. Looks like I'm in the bathroom again. There's an underground, but this is not really tunnels.
And much as I enjoy a final look at this factory building, it's time to go back to the henge and point out exactly where the tunnels went, where the pipes went, and what these pipes are.
I'm not saying these two enormous pipes sitting right here next to the henge are part of that connection, but there are two very large pieces of pipe sitting right here next to the henge. And coming down from the henge, here is an outcropping that could cover pipes that would lead into the ground, right into Well, not quite the bathroom. The two holes right there, lining up. Power plant behind. And if you look at this old picture from the 70s of the water pool in the henge, between all the rods, you see a small hole. Probably not that small, probably about the diameter of the pipes laying next to it. I also found this photo from Ludwigsdorf of two pipes in an unknown building from the site. I really don't know where these two came from, but they are, from what I can tell, the exact diameter of the two holes leading into the boiler room with the burners upstairs. They do seem to fit the bill. Somewhat insulated, don't know why. Capped off at the ends, which is something I've seen in construction before. And as you can tell, they're lined right across from the factory, from the power plant, which is in there. And there's one access panel with a caved-in roof. There's another access panel to the underground. From that little tunnel over there, that's the air. And I'm standing on the second. And here's the henge. Now, this keeps turning this way. It goes slightly past the henge, however, somewhere around this point here, maybe a little further, I can't get GPS signal so I can't tell you exactly where, but somewhere around here the dividing wall is closed, and then a little bit further the tunnel splits up in two different directions. One leading to the factory right behind the henge, and the other one goes 2 clicks all the way down the hill that way and comes out under the road bridge. That means the technical tunnel could connect with the pipes underground here. I'm going to have to get a GPR on that, because then that will mean the technical tunnel that was built for the original Walter mine, which was then used by the Dynamite Corporation, Nobel Dynamite, for their munitions production and whatever else. They did reconfigure the underground tunnels to run electrical cables for one. There's also a lot of pipes. So the pipes you connect there and run along these technical tunnels. There's a hatch there, there's an air intake there, there's another hatch closer to the henge, and then over there is the new head building of what, well, was supposed to be the Walter Tunnel. However, the Walter Tunnel is down there on the other side. So, and that technical tunnel there absolutely leads to the bottom of that building up there, because I found it. And then that crisscrosses in two different directions as well. So, it is entirely possible that heating, cooling tubes, as well as electrical, ran from the henge basin into the new mine shaft head building. And then you can ask yourself, why is that? Why are you running cooling pipes to a mine shaft? See, the Walter shaft is down there, and further down the next shaft. So what's up there? Not to mention the foundation I'm standing on the 1945 photograph. Clearly buildings are visible here. Where are they today? There's no, except for this foundation, no sign of those. And the old minehead building of the other mine shaft down there is up, no problem.
So if we follow the vents and the tunnels, they're leading from the power plant through the henge, from the henge, and then up into the mountain under that new head building that was built for, Well, what reason? It couldn't have been for the Walter Schacht, although there was an enormous new head building built there that I crawled around underneath. Why are you needing any cooling pipes to and from a cooling tower to old mine shafts or in under buildings where possibly munitions were made? That doesn't make much sense. To try to figure out exactly what all this electricity and possibly hot water was doing, I went to a bona fide World War II munitions plant, the DIG factory, the Nobel dynamite factory that produced munitions during the war. I wanted to see and hear exactly what signs there were of high power voltage. This is what I found.
I wanted to see the DAG explosive factory here in Poland because it is huge. 24 square kilometers, 400 kilometers of road, 40 kilometers of rail. It was a massive explosive plant where they made munitions, 88 shells, lots of nitroglycerin. Now, the one thing I did not find anywhere is tunnel ducts for heavy cabling. There are no heavy electricity cables running between the buildings or in the tunnels or underground. There's nothing like that here. So a munition plant of this magnitude did not need that much electricity. It was off the grid. There's transformer stations here. But massive heavy electricity cables were not here. And this is a verified, huge, enormous munitions plant. And through all of these tunnels, all of the underground, there are no cable ducts or shelving or signs of any heavy electricity cabling. So what's it doing at the Moltke plant in Ludwigstoff?
You see the little speck of light down there? That's the bricked up entrance of the tunnel. On the other side is the tunnel leading into that big building that I want to get into. So it's still there, and it's still open on this side. And these tunnels were initially used by the mining company and then rebuilt by Nobel for the weapons manufacturing. And I'm again questioning, why are all these pipes and all this power being funneled into the mountain, into a building that was built during the war, because that building was not there before on any of the maps. And of course, this building was then dilapidated and left behind, and Christoph and the guys here had to restore it and fix some of the broken walls and do something about the water drainage, and that's absolutely amazing. They did a great job. So, we are still back to my original question. This one is leading way down under the henge, all the way towards there. Plenty of room for pipes, drainage, and electricity. So having a splitter down there, one to the henge, one to the plant, and one for excess drainage water, since it is sloping down, that would come all the way up here, around here, and into that mining building, or whatever that building was, or one pipe, big pipe, that would perfectly fit right where the wall was. So obviously there are already pipes in there. There's probably ventilation or something. There's a couple of pipes sticking out of the roof as well. But this is what I think. I think this is new. I think this leads into a tunnel, leads in under that building as well. And that parallel tunnel that goes down to the left. And there's going to be a T intersection in there. One meeting up with the tunnel coming from here, and one continuing in under the building and under the mountain. That is what I think. All of this was constructed and reconstructed during the time of the war by utilizing existing resources. The henge came up around that time. The mine was flooded and closed down, so why build a new mine building? Why build a new head building for a mine shaft that's no one's using? And why did it disappear so quickly after the war? And why are there holes leading to it indicating pipes would run to that head building. There's something else weird going on here. I'm not sure the UFO is hovering over the Henge, is it? I think it may be something else, and I think it might be underground. That makes it harder, since there's still a tunnel. Excavating it is not impossible. Although Christoph, he did say a lot of them were crashed, collapsed, and flooded. I have a lot of materials to go through, and I have a very long interview in Polish that I need to translate to get an idea exactly what he was telling me. He's a great guy, he really is. He did a lot of work here in Riese. But this is coming down 25 some degrees to under the Henge. And they did elevate this floor a little, water drainage and so on. Now this floor has been elevated. Which is why this is so narrow, and that opens up. I should need less and less elevation. And when we then talk about what's underneath here, obviously I'm going to the water drainage, but that's a pretty big cap. There's a lot more underground here, and I don't think it is in the big mine shafts. I think it's in the mountain. That's what I think.
It's time to go back to the Henge and take a look at where all these underground tunnels, many of them were built for the mine way before the Second World War, are actually going. We've heard for years about this elaborate mile-long underground tunnel system leading between the Riese projects and other affiliated mines. We know that Project Riese was not affiliated with the Moltke mine or the Henge as such, but we do know the entire area is honeycombed with tunnels in various directions for an untold amount of miles. Many of them built before the war, some of them extended and used during. We're still trying to piece this together. Not far from the Henge or the Riese project tunnel system allocated to Himmler, only 1,700 meters away, is an old mining tunnel. That we're leading generally in the direction of the Henge. We're going to start there because it's one of those we have not explored, and of course it's full of water.
You know, when I came to see you in Poland, I thought we were going to go to a restaurant or something.
Oh yeah. But unfortunately, not. We are going to go underground. And maybe there's going to be a restaurant there.
Woohoo! And it's actually less wet inside.
We are lucky anyway, my friend, because the water could be up to this level.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. And you see, because of the rain, there is so much fog inside that you actually cannot look far.
So this was a utility tunnel?
That's still unknown, because this is like built before the Second World War, and this was maybe some kind of transportation tunnel for this big mine of Wenceslaus, because it heads to this direction. But I would need a map with the highness to see if it actually fits the story. Of course, I had many theories that it was supposed to transport the ammunition from this complex we saw today a little bit earlier, that where they could actually produce the ammunition, and this one was to transfer it to somewhere else, but it makes no sense to do that. So it's just an underground complex that's from the 20th century, and I can only assume it was made for transportation of the oil from this big mine.
But it would be a good place for the Germans during the war to shelters if there's ever...
Yes. It was not flooded back then, of course. And soon we are going to see a room on the right. Actually, it's a couple of rooms. Wow, but the top I can actually see almost nothing.
I mean, the temperature outside matches the inside today. So. Was there a mini rail or anything?
Yes, there was,
wasn't there?
You
Yeah, I
will see
can-
the parts of it laying against the wall.
Yeah, I can see the platform. You're sort of standing on it.
So I don't know why is it that small. Were the people not that tall 100 years ago, or what's the other reason? But
I mean, this was a serious door.
yeah, you will see why.
This is where the explosives were.
Yes, that's the storage for explosives. That also explains the empty niche in front of us, so that if there will be an explosion, it will go this direction.
Yes.
Side.
It would be caught by that. So this was definitely used for the mine or for,
Yeah.
for later.
That means at the beginning, yeah? Because
Yeah.
it collapsed in a couple of places, and it's hard to say if the collapse was like artificial or not.
And it's kind of hard to date the collapse, I guess.
Yes, yes. So, the doors were closed, and when you wanted some explosives, you were receiving them through this window.
Yeah.
You can see the water level. It would be really fun to go there in the water like that.
Yeah, I could. Well, I volunteered for that regardless. This is big. Just to hold explosives.
You see that, yeah? They were made to gather the water from the wall so that it doesn't drop on the explosives.
Yeah.
And this one is kitchen kammer. So that was the place where the ignition, I think, if I translated it correctly. This room was for half a ton. 500 kilos of explosives could be stored here. And that's a ventilation.
Yeah, of course.
And there is another room like that, and I actually know a girl who made to fit in and walk up. But the chimney was blocked, so I said to her, "You won't make it." Well, am I not going to make it? Hold my beer. And she did it in this suit.
I'm not even going to ask why you were drinking with a girl wearing that suit, but that seems like a personal thing.
That's it.
And this is all built in this is all built in red brick, isn't it?
I think so.
And then it was stuccoed over. Yeah. Probably there was some paint that would absorb, maybe a little plastic in it, something that would absorb moisture. Maybe. Are these from the mini rail? Those are they from the rail?
Yes. I don't know why somebody brought them over. Because they had not been here. Actually pretty long, and it's only the brick tunnel with some ways to go left and right. So it really looks like the main tunnel of some kind of coal mine. still there.
So where does the water come from? Is that runoff?
From inside of the mountain. And it comes from behind the collapse. And what was behind the collapse, that's what we don't know. I'm sure that if somebody would properly focus and look into the archives and try to find a map of this mine from behind before the war, then he would probably find the reason why was it built.
Yeah, because this was. How far are we away from the henge and the?
Not that much. We are still in this area of this mining field.
Yeah, we
because
are.
This mining field was like 60 kilometers big, square kilometers, and we are like maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 kilometers in a straight line away from those.
So there's a lot of room to hide stuff here.
Yes.
There's so many tunnels and so many. That's been here for so many years. They've been mining here since what 1800.
Yes. Those are the places where you can hide if the train is coming.
Yeah. So there definitely was a mini rail.
Yeah. The water level is actually very low.
Not complaining.
But it will get higher.
Well, if you want to see what's hiding under the ground, you have to commit yourself.
You want to walk first so that you can see what's underneath the water?
Yeah, actually, why not?
Yes, and this one is locked. I mean blocked. There's no way if there has been something further or not.
I mean, the wood here
Shows
might be an indication that they haven't finished building for whatever this was.
Yeah.
Because it's not reinforced by brick or anything. So it may have been a project.
And I think this wider place here was supposed to be underground train station so that the trolleys can actually pass each other.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The second trail was there.
Yeah, this is wider, isn't it? Yeah, the beams, oh yeah. Let's see, the beams are still here. But also these are wooden beams, not the metal ones you see in the World War II projects.
And also the ceiling, like this part of the ceiling is pressed in. You have this thing, you see it from the perspective?
Yeah, it's not straight.
Yeah.
It is.
It doesn't look nice.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like it's collapsing though. It just doesn't look like it was built straight.
Okay.
Like this then, it looks like it's supposed to be there, it just wasn't done very well. But, because the line is straight, well, the top is. I think if that dip had been because of pressure from above, I think it would have broken the bricks off.
They are actually.
Are they breaking off?
A little bit, the highest. But you don't see, no, there I can see fracture. Oh, okay.
But it's a little shoddy. It's not like it's not Fitztoad's best work.
And this is the room where you can actually see. There's still some coal. That's a coal, I assume. And there you can see. Oh wow, it actually goes a little, but very little. Oh. So now you know why they had to support it with a brick construction. Those black spots which you see, I assume that it's after some burning, because it looks like a burn mark.
This is a dead end, right? There's nothing.
Yeah. But there you can see the construction method they've been using. So that's probably an old railway. It's too rusted because all of them are marked with a year and with a symbol of who made it.
Yep.
It will be interesting to see because most of the times they were reusing the old ones.
And there's a drill. Why the hell is there a drill?
Is it a drill or a screw?
Isn't this a drill?
I think it's a screw.
That's,
yeah. I know it, or no.
the
No, I
bolt
have
is in
no
the
idea.
wrong place. Down to crawl down.
And you know, in Poland, steel disappears, yeah.
I know.
But there you can see a symbol of the producer, it's W. But my light decided.
Oh, it did?
No, definitely not. Okay, let's take a look at the collapse. I have not been there since I would say 1 or 2 years. And you see where is the water coming from? There and there. It's like a spring. Which means behind this collapse the water is higher. And that's what I meant.
That's cool. Yeah. I see what you mean.
Okay. So this is pretty crazy. I want you to get through really quick and don't stick much. Or if they just collapsed that much, but this pile of the rock is actually turning to a little bit of it. Okay, the water level here is way higher.
Of course.
I think it's too high, unless you want to check. Because the continuation, it goes behind the corner and then it stops.
Yeah, this looks pretty deep. What deep is this? Oh, this is the, yeah.
I would say it's waist level or even a bit higher.
Yeah.
I can hold the camera, you can check it. How deep is it?
Usually I'm the one with the leaking wetsuit with the button missing.
No, I also have a button missing. What can go wrong?
Yeah. Well, the wood still floats. See, I'm not even stable without a camera. This is a little chilly for...
Yeah, it's pressing.
Where are we? This is a really weird feeling, but... Well, I think this is it. Oops, no it's not. Alright, I need to button up more. Yeah, this is getting deep. Let's keep sloping down. Should have brought a diving suit.
Yes. Or what's the name of it? Gummi boat.
Rubber, yeah.
Rubber boat, yeah.
Well, we got a little wet.
Thanks God it's raining outside, so you won't even
So
see
wet
the
to begin
difference.
with, yeah. Yeah, this is again the entrance of a tunnel. You almost think that there might be some reason.
Yeah.
Look, you know there's a cavity above it.
I know, but that's not interesting for me.
Not to go through, but
It's probably the part of the tunnel they had to fill in when after building this arch. And this one is prepared for further
yeah, it is.
development. Unlike the other one.
Do you think there is one underneath all this rubble? There's
No. The
where it stops, isn't it?
it stops here.
Yeah, and there. I guess that's part of the whole, what makes this region so interesting is
Yes.
you can, there are so many places underground. So when,
That has so many question marks.
it's like, so when Christoph or others say they went underground somewhere and walked for a couple of kilometers, it's possible. I mean, it's not impossible.
Like, it's not impossible, but like I told you, for inexperienced people that are actually hyped because of the adrenaline,
Yeah.
you know, 100 meters underground is going to take like 1 kilometer.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is you lose a sense of time.
Yes.
This is going to have to continue way longer, because why else would there be a...
We can analyze it on the guitar, on the computer later on, and then maybe we'll come to some conclusions. Because I'm almost sure it goes to the direction of the main mine, and it was somehow related to that. Maybe it was the drainage tunnel that's removing the water, because as you can see from behind this collapse, the water is still coming.
I think this is too elaborate for a drainage tunnel.
Yeah, but you can use the transport tunnel as a drainage too.
And why would you have a drainage tunnel right next to the munition store, the explosive storage? And the
Well, the explosive storage is a little bit higher than the...
Yeah, but if you built it as a drain tunnel, you wouldn't put the explosives there.
Okay.
You would keep water and explosives don't do well.
Why do you think they have been leaving the empty brick? So that you can see what's behind the wall. You see any reason? Because I encountered it in catacombs and I asked this question, and in the catacombs they were leaving it when they're filling something in because of the nature of this of the rock. Without the ventilation, the rock would start to get eaten by water, and now the ventilation is there, so it's not. At least that was the reason in catacombs. I assume it was similar here.
That makes sense.
Place where is this big mine, very close to the hedge.
Yeah.
There is a drainage tunnel underneath the pile of the rocks. Have you been inside it?
I haven't, because you have to go in from the other side.
Ah, okay.
You can't go in if you go in through the Henge, what's the museum today?
Yeah.
You can't. That is bricked off, so you have to go in from the outside.
Yes. If you want.
Well,
we have the suits. We are already kind of wet. And if the water level is higher, then we are going to have a water filter. Yeah, somebody was checking.
Yeah. See that? Oh, they drilled all the way through.
Just a normal brick.
Yeah, but inside they drilled through the next bit as well.
Ah, yeah. Too rough. It differs.
You're right.
Actually, here it differs even more.
I see that a lot in some of the tunnels out here, that they change brick design as with the next evolution. Maybe they couldn't afford to build more than something, and then they waited a couple of years and they started up again, but they didn't have the same type of brick or something.
You noticed somebody came in here and removed all of those parts. There's not even a single one. And now they are digging to get to those.
Metal is not that expensive, is it?
Well, actually, it got a little bit more.
This is a mini rail. That's a little narrow track. Yeah.
Still ready? Spoiler alert. The mine, Wenslaus. So this mine was one of the biggest mines of its time. It was one of the first that got electrified. But then it was also very well known from the methane that was hidden inside the walls, and it was making the methane explosions. So there was one big explosion. It killed a couple of hundred people underground. So for these people who were living there when there were only a couple of thousand, that was actually quite a big thing. And after that they closed this mine. And shortly before the war, the place where is this hedge standing here, there used to be a lot of mining tunnels underground, and it was acquired by, I don't remember if it was SS or the government itself, but maybe there is an idea where it could go, because you have a big mine with a lot of tunnels inside deep underground, and if you just seal off the places where the methane is coming, then you can use those undergrounds without having to dig the new ones.
Yeah.
And they are still inaccessible. And if you would look at the pile of the rubbish rock in front of this mine, then you would see it was a big construction.
This is the one they filled up. This is the vertical shafts, right? They filled them up.
Yeah.
And sealed them.
Yes.
Yeah.
But maybe this is the place where the concrete goes. Well.
Yeah. Yes, because these were very deep and very large. And that is exactly where we're going now. We're going to the large dirt mountain of all that was excavated from this tunnel system, from the mines that was pulled out into a huge mountain through which a ventilation drainage seems to be running all the way back to the Henge. But before we climb through more water, let's first have a recap of what we've learned so far. From the old maps and cards we've found from before, during, and after the war, it seems clear that the Henge itself was constructed between 1930 and 1942, quite possible right up around the time of the start of the war. But as a cooling tower, it seems unnecessary. Also, it has come to light that there's a whole lot of underground connections that may have been overlooked, including tunnels leading from the power plant past or through the Henge Basin and into new mine buildings, leaving us asking why. Also, these new buildings rapidly disappeared right after the war and do not even appear on maps or cards from the time. But we do know that the mine was not in use after the accident, despite it being the cleanest coal in Germany, coal that could have been used for synthetic fuel. Now we know that the mine site was used for an explosives factory, with several thousand prisoners working there, and also that shallow tunnels were constructed throughout the area at the time. Tunnels somewhat consistent with explosives production, as we've seen elsewhere. However, if the mine was not in use, why construct a new head building, and why did these old mining tunnels appear to have been used during the war and accessed? And of course, why run so much electricity through these tunnels? Even the shallow ones, we know from the places such as DAG, the huge explosive production plant, that electricity was not run through any of these places out of fear that a spark may set off an explosion. So now we return to the question, why were these shallow tunnels created, and what exactly did they lead to?
You see the little speck of light down there? That's the bricked up entrance of the tunnel. On the other side is the tunnel leading into that big building. Damn it. So these tunnels, I could see this all the way through to the other end. Tunnel's going that way. Look at this here. Now I don't know if this is caved in deliberately or just because of time, because those tunnels were far more open when I was here just 7 months ago. You clearly see there's a tunnel. This is the tunnel roof. And it is completely caved in here. Damn it. That opens a whole different can of worms. That way and that way. Right between the two buildings that still remain. We will get that with heavier boots. When you had a break here, there's another division. The divisions appear to originally have been brick. Door divisions. From some of the photos, I remember seeing indents for hinges, and they were quite good. Well, there would have been doors sealing these off. So if this was just a ventilation, there would not have been any doors. And even if there was doors, did these doors break off? And these shells were the pipes where the electricity was kept. Like, were they excluded? So there was no type of pressure, or air pressure, or overpressure in that sense. It's very wet in here. And this is sloping down by 30 degrees. Hallway could theoretically be said to continue. It does turn in under towards the hinge, but it could be skirting it just underneath. Where this tunnel is going is facing straight this window. So that is the direction. There's the hinge. But this is the direction of this tunnel. And you see the pipes that will cross under sea. So there would never have been a rail here. And there's an access hatch with probably a step. And the ground is right above my head here. And here are more pipes that intercede across this hallway. And they're all hemorrhaging water. It has been a rather wet year, granted. And here is a collapsed access hatch, which somewhat unsafely is hovering above my head here. down this should lead me to under the henge. I'm hoping I can do GPS ping when I get here. Because that way I can find exactly where this point is above us. And here's one of the pipes still in place. And I'm thinking this pipe has always been here because this groove for the wire runs under it, and that doesn't look post-war. So these cable grooves, incidentally, are in better and better shape the further away I get. And here's the wall.
Now if we follow these tunnels past the bricked up part, we'll come to a T intersection, one leading us in the direction of the henge, the other opposite leading us away. This is the one we will try to enter from down the mountain by the bridge. The tunnel I am in now runs from the power plant through the henge basin, and behind me it runs up into the mountains, up under the new head building that was built for something, yet we do not know. It couldn't have been for the Walterschacht, although this was enormous, but it had an enormous new head building constructed during the time of the war. And with such a head building, it seemed that new interest at that time for access in the deep underground was created. But these tunnels not only transported electricity, they also had large pipes flowing through the henge basin in two directions. So if we are looking at the tunnel layouts, one disappears into the mountain and the other continues towards the huge mountain of dirt excavated from the mine, direction bridge. The exit of this we will try to enter today, to try to backtrack back up towards the henge. At the other end, by the bridge, it appears as a drainage tunnel. But why would it start all the way up at the henge, where electricity was also transported? Much for the same reason you would not transport electricity through a munitions explosives plant, you certainly wouldn't transport mountain runoff in the same tunnel as high voltage electricity, or steam from the power plant for that sake's matter.
You may recognize this bridge because that tells you that on the other side of this bridge was the labor camp. And on the other side of this mountain, some 2 kilometers away, 1 kilometer away too, is the henge and the huge underground mines. And this is the one of the underground, this is the water runoff from the mines, or one of them.
Not from the mine, from the pile of rocks in front of the mine.
So basically if we crawl through this, we get basically up to under the henge.
Yes, or something similar, but you have to be really crazy to use the ladder, which is still there.
And have anybody ever accused you or I of not being that crazy?
No, one guy told me there's no way you will do it, and then he said it sounds like I have to do it. But I was like, because when you can remove the handles from the wall, then it doesn't look that nice. Yeah. So be really careful, because that's a quicksand over there. Normally it's covered with leaves, but now the water output from here, because it's actually the source of the water.
Yeah, the water is coming from here. It's not coming from the mountain. It's running from, well, the road is up here, and this is where the water is coming from. And just because it looks wet around you, I have to say that it only just started raining an hour ago. So this is not like this has been very wet. Oh fuck yeah!
I can hold your camera now because it's going to be. Is it recording?
Yep, it's recording.
Because it's going to be nice to see you struggling to.
Says you.
The guy who's struggling to.
Yeah, this is fun. Well, now we can take samples of.
Yes.
Whoa,
you can see how many minerals are in the water because of the material the water is sipping through.
Yeah, this is not as neat and clean as we usually see. All right, brother.
And we know this is World War II because there's a tire. And,
I think we will even experience the water flow underground because the water pressure, as you can see, is kind of high. And you hear the air is actually hitting you really hard. So probably the water level, the water in the waterfall is going to be really good.
Just gonna hide this place. Alright. Yep.
It looks really nice over here.
I'm glad you're enjoying the view.
Of my ass?
Yes, yes. Oh, this opens up. A lot.
Yeah, just the colors on the wall are already interesting.
We are in a mining place, so obviously there's minerals and things.
Looks so nice. Almost hard to believe that behind this layer there is actually a brick wall.
Yeah, it really is. But this is large. Was this always water runoff, or was this tunnel something else?
Only water. But you will see at the end, it's only the water runoff. Because this pile of stones is quite big, so there was a lot of water collecting on it, and I think that's easier to let the water like this than to build a river.
It's very tall.
Yes.
A roof edge.
Going to get only louder and louder. I think in the end we will not be able to understand each other.
I figured. Oh yeah, this is like a water ladder. This is a... Yeah, this is where this is always water. Little plateaus. And dead animals. I see the problem. But at least we know this is not a utility tunnel. Nothing came in or out this way.
There's the whole water, it's actually like a wall here. And it's really nice. And if it's freezing outside, it's freezing.
How many water run tunnels are there?
Is this the only drainage tunnel?
I think there is the second one. Because you can see the arch.
Yeah. Yeah, I
I'm
thought.
not sure about it, but maybe there was the second one.
But this is a way for water to come out and nothing else.
Yes. It gives you an idea about which technology were they using. Because I was suspecting maybe this one was built on the surface and then just covered with the stone rubbish, but it gives me an idea it wasn't.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because everything above us is, well, mostly everything above us is all the stuff they pulled out as they were digging the mines. So there's literally a mountain above us that's man-made. But that's what Christoph told me that they did in the...
That's a factory actually.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's what he said they did up at the plant. They built the tunnels and then they covered them up. The above ground ones. They didn't do it the other way around. They didn't dig into the ground.
There has to be a water source on this side, because you see the water is pouring from this, and that's also the quicksand side. And that's a dead rock, wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to shortly go in this direction because I think there was another portal. I never checked it. Oh, look at this. It's like the Orange River.
Oh, hell yeah. Well.
Oh yes, there's a portal. I was right. And it's actually open. Ah, but it's only a basement, I think. Full of garbage.
Oh.
So I saw it correctly. Yeah, you can see the back wall.
Okay.
Oh. So it was only a basement.
So why would there be a room here? Just storage, something else?
Because yeah, it's a neighborhood of the big mine. No idea.
Yeah. The remains of one of the mine buildings, and over here is the Walter Tunnel that has been sealed, that entrance. And what was interesting about the Walter Tunnel is it was very, very large. And there was a building constructed in relation to it during the war, if we are to look at photos and plans. But there was no mining taking place during the war, and afterwards that very large building disappeared rather rapidly. Here's the road up behind the Henge, and this is the very, very long row of munitions buildings leading all the way down that hall. And here was one of the old mining buildings. If this was a munitions plant, it makes perfect sense. A square where you would have materials and you would load. Now, cooling tower? I'm okay with the cooling tower. The interesting part about the cooling tower is there was supposedly cooling pipes leading from it to various different parts other than the power plant. Which brings the question is, why would you lead cooling pipes away from the power plant to some of the mine entrances? Which brings us to, what would you cool in a closed mine?
there? What the hell is this? What the hell's in there? I can get in here. I have to get some light in there. And so we got, god damn it, to collapse tunnel. Let's see what's in there. Whoa. Whoa. That's a serious tunnel. That's a serious fucking tunnel. I was so happy there for a minute. But here you see how the tunnels split inside, change directions. And collapse that way, collapse that way. So there's also an elevation to these. Yeah, let's see, look at the bricks. This is an archway. This will be a step down here, just like here. Well, and it would have continued. Special. Alright, out again.
Now this all brings us back to the recurring question: was the henge constructed as a cooling tower for the factory? As the power plant already had several existing huge cooling towers, and they did not modernize or upgrade their machinery at this time, so why would they need another cooling tower? And of course, if it was a cooling tower, it would need a connection to the henge. This I found. I want to show you again because it matters in this context.
Up here is the henge, the munitions plant, and here's the remaining wall of the power plant. Old beautiful building. Indications are that the cooling tower was built early on throughout the time of the war. And here's what I'm looking for. But not put in use. Because if it was put in use, well, what would need cooling? Here are the two holes I wanted to show you. And of course, you are now asking yourselves, why are these two holes important? Let me explain. The two holes you see up behind me leads into the boiler room of the power plant. That's important because straight that way behind camera is the henge, the cooling tower. Those are the two pipes that would lead water straight in the direction of the henge. This is where the water that would need cooling would go out through these two holes in pipes, elevated pipes, straight up to the henge, into the pond, into the cooling pond underneath the henge. That's where the water would go, come and go. So, henge, cooling tower, access to the factory, to the boiler room, makes sense. Elevated platform right here. However, that makes it interesting. They did not modernize the power plant during the war, but they built an enormous cooling tower. There already were several cooling towers, one down there, one over here. We have pictures of, we know where they are, or were. Why would you build a large cooling tower for an existing power plant, make access to it, unless you needed something more cooled than just from the power plant that was already existing and running on the existing cooling tower? What makes it even more interesting is we now have photos that are indicating that cooling hoses would run to, for instance, the Walther mine shaft down here. So if you have a henge that is a cooling tower, or was supposed to be a cooling tower, to the point where you laid infrastructure for cooling hoses to the factory, to the power plant, but also to the mine shafts, why on earth are you running cooling tubes to mine shafts
if you travel right behind me, right up there, above the wall, is what remains of a pillar, support pillar, that would have or could have held those pipes. I'm not saying these two enormous pipes sitting right here next to the henge are part of that connection, but there are two very large pieces of pipe sitting right here. Coming down from the henge, here is an outcropping that could cover pipes that would lead into the ground, right into, well, not quite the bathroom, the two holes right there lining up the power plant behind. And if you look at this old picture from the 70s of the water pool and the henge, between all the rods you see a small hole, probably not that small, probably about the diameter of the pipes laying next to it. I think this proves the intent that the henge was planned as a cooling tower, although far larger than others around, and there was a pipe connection to the power plant, but also a pipe and tunnel connection in the other direction towards the new head buildings over the abandoned mine shaft. And an exceptional amount of dedicated work have been done in order to seal off these mine shafts 300-400 meters deep into the old mines. So the best chance we actually have of finding our way into the mine shafts in some way today is to find some of these shallow constructed tunnels or old mine tunnel entrances, follow them in and see where it leads us. Today it was simply too wet, but next year with some diving gear we can continue that journey. I still do feel that it is the best bet we have of finding the truth and getting into the underground. And of course we're far from done with the underground of Project Riese. Not more than some 1,000 meters away is the Riese project site that was supposed to be allocated to Himmler and the SS. We'll take a look at that next week. I have studied World War II history, tactics, battles, fortifications all of my life. I was in the army, I lectured on German and Russian tactics, and I thought I knew everything in all of the important parts of that war. A war that permanently changed the world. So much new world-changing technology was created then, and much of it in secret German facilities, hiding underground and run by the SS. In this series, I'm trying to uncover the still classified and secret special programs run by the SS, separating fiction from fact by following the documents and the credible human sources, comparing it to what is actually on the ground. In this episode, we're going back to Lower Silesia. We're going to the site of the henge, because I had a hunch that I would find something if I looked in a different place, and even I was surprised at what I found. It was something truly breathtaking. But first, to tie it all together, I want to take you to the basement, to the tunnels underneath Castle Fürstenstein, and I want to share with you the theories of a very well-known local Polish historian, and I think his research is very relevant to what we're doing here. Also, I've found the possibility of Hitler's train to be parked not 10 kilometers away. Something very special was going on here, and some of it is still hiding, and I think I found the proof to share with you all. Project Riese was an extremely large and costly, mostly underground construction project that took place from at least 1943. Hitler took a very keen interest in this project and was often briefed on it. It is from the files of Albert Speer's ministry that we know about this, and in the same breath of air, several other high-level projects, such as the S3 Jonstal project, Lothar project, and construction projects at Mauerwald and Wolfslair. At least 200 million Reichsmarks was spent on Project Riese, 150 million alone in 1944, with over 28,000 people employed here. In 1944, the project used more cement than all of the air raid construction in Germany. And yet today, we're still trying to figure out exactly what they were doing here and why. Of course, the project eventually came under the auspices of the SS and General Hans Kammler. And some of the most prominent German scientists were involved in projects that were housed here. You come home after a long day digging through bunkers, crawling through underground hallways, and
having bats crap on your face. And you go home to your castle.
One of the most prominent and beautiful locations for Project Riese was Castle Fürstenstein. And yes, I am referring to it as its pre-World War II name because I simply can't pronounce the Polish name and I don't want to offend anybody and not get invited back. It's one of the largest castles in Europe, the third largest in Poland. It was built between 1288 and 1292, and after numerous modifications and reconstructions, it now has over 400 rooms and an extremely interesting underground. The castle is situated on a high rocky tip of the bend of a river. Remember that because we'll get back to it later, it's important. The castle for centuries belonged to the powerful family of Hochberg. During this time, the castle was visited by some of the most prosperous people in the world. Princes, Tsar Nicholas I, and even John Quincy Adams was here. At the high water mark, the family and castle employed 9,000 people. However, in 1939, because of its debts, the castle with its entire surrounding area was taken over by the German treasury and eventually confiscated by the authorities. Many researchers believe that the castle was to become headquarters of the Third Reich Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It was also claimed to be constructed in order for a new and secure headquarters for Adolf Hitler to be built with an underground bunker. Either way, Organization Tod took over the mansion and began digging in the basement. Literally. It is still claimed that there are many chambers underground constructed during the war that have still not been opened and bricked over. In the rocks under the castle, the Germans dug huge tunnels using forced labor from Groß-Rosen concentration camp, as well as countless civilian firms from all over Europe had been working here supposedly already from 1941, way before the Riese project actually started, which is interesting. The tunnels led to a shaft with a diameter of 6 meters. There were several access tunnels. It's important to note that there are two separate tunnel constructions going on here. One immediately under the actual castle, consisting of an upper level of smaller tunnels with an access from the actual castle. But there's a much larger tunnel system 30 meters below, and that is under the courtyard. It had a narrow gauge railway for construction leading into the tunnels, and it was large enough for trucks to enter. But there's something else in here. These rooms are not just rooms or shelters for high-level dignitaries. These were built with a very dedicated purpose in mind. There's a very well-known Polish historian who's done some very interesting research into what that might be, and I tend to concur with his conclusions, and I want to share them with you. However, when we talk about this castle, there are so many rumors surrounding this location. It is quite a bit of a tangle. One of the most predominant rumors that you must have heard is that of a secret rail link that had been bricked over to an underground rail tunnel where a train that supposedly departed East Prussia full of loot and gold has been hiding, and people have been looking for the supposed gold train ever since. I would like to address that by actually showing you what's here. Today there's only access to the main tunnels from a side of the mountain, which is below the castle. Back during construction during the war, there was the huge access shaft and several more, one right in the center of the courtyard that has now been blocked off. I will say it was very much reminiscent of what I saw of the huge access stairwells on the east wall. According to a report by Boguslav Vukosarenski, referring to documents found at the archives at Koblenz, dated 1943. The castle was to become a repository for documents according to the Reich Security Main Office. Codename of the operation was Brabant Joseph I. It was also claimed by former prisoners who survived and worked here that at the end of the war the castle began to see arriving transports of large boxes filled with unknown objects. In the tunnels, you can, if you pay attention, find a lot of traces that was indicating deliberate blocking of string tunnels. John Weiss, a former prisoner who later immigrated to America, he visited the underground of the castle in 1985. He claimed that nothing looked the way it did towards the end of the war, and there was lacking many rooms that he had seen at that time. Another anomaly was that we know Castle Fürstenstein was part of Project Riese. Project Riese was not officially launched until mid-1943. However, according to castle records, already from 1942 were workers brought here from Italy, followed by 400 miners from the Donbass. And in 1944, approximately 3,000 forced laborers and prisoners were working here. But that means the underground construction started before the official launch of Project Riese. Polish researchers have also noted that given the huge quantity of building materials, reinforced concrete, steel, cement, sand, that was transported here, of which there's records, does not match up with the volume of the underground tunnels and the construction visible today. So just like the other Riese tunnel projects, we know from the numbers given by Speer that there's at least 100,000 square meters of constructed tunnels that has not been found today. Now please make a note that these tunnels are constructed just like the east wall tunnels in the shape of an egg. And if you note the rebar sticking out of the walls, that was in order to connect an upper floor for mechanical pipes and so on and so forth. So there was never a reason or room for a train to maneuver here. But these rooms are what makes me suspicious. This is not a room that is made for a dignitary to live in. This is not a shelter for high-level officials. And if you look at some of the grooves and drainage in the floors, I've never seen that in any bunker anywhere. These have the feel of mechanical, technical research. There's a very specific reason why these were built this way and configured the way they were.
This was not made for trains. No gold train would come in here. This was for working bunkers to keep people secret. Experimentation could have taken place in here. I can buy that. No trains, no way. Too low and no access.
And no, I have no idea why I'm whispering, except there's a very nice echo down here. Also, you see a lot of these smaller tunnels. They are at angles that would mean even narrow gauge rails would not be able to navigate here. And the main tunnels, tunnel rail, I suspect were only to transport materials in and out during construction and to be removed after.
Speer and Todt had ideas to make this a glamorous retreat or welcome for foreign dignitaries. It was of course envisioned this was a possible place for Adolf Hitler to visit or be.
Another interesting point is, here the Todt organization was carrying out the labor, but it was under command of the Luftwaffe. If it indeed was a Hauptquartier for Hitler, none of the other ones of those were commanded by Luftwaffe staff. However, here's one of the original Riese staff IDs. And in this photo you can still see the narrow gauge rail running through the knight's quarters and to the large pit that you see in these photos, the center of the courtyard that is now covered up, and a bunker that was placed on top of that courtyard. After the war, the Russians looted the place. Then they took it over for various uses. However, an interesting account, Russian General Marek Ulbricht, who donated the photos from his mission in 75-76 here, where he was ordered to demolish some of the bunkers surrounding the castle, including the pillbox in the courtyard. Also a Tobruk was demolished. He stated he did not know or understand what the purpose the Germans had carried out the reconstruction of the castle, but it certainly was not adapted to the needs of a Wehrmacht or Hitler's headquarters. The construction of all its quarters were carried out in parallel with construction of the entire security system around them. For example, in the Wolf's Lair, there were traces of security system and lots of mines. Here, there was none of that. 4 small reinforced concrete bunkers could not really be a security system for a Hitler's headquarters. He noted there were supposedly plans for an elevator shaft leading up to the towers to bring munition to flak cannons mounted there. However, the towers were nowhere near strong enough for such mounts. The result of the demolition can still be seen in the area around the castle today. And an interesting note for those of you who pay attention, there was lots of red brick incorporated in the bunker construction. I have to say, no train ever entered the tunnels underneath here. The construction simply did not allow for trains to come in here. Going deeper than here, you'd be below the forest floor, and time would not have allowed for that either. There was also no access from the castle down below, so for an Adolf Hitler to arrive here by train and secretly make his way up into the castle unseen would also not have been possible. However, if you understand the way Hitler would travel, let's for argument's sake explore that possibility of this being a temporary or secondary headquarters type structure for him. There are smaller tunnels in connection with the actual castle. And not far from here, there is the main rail link. Not far from that is a very large, in fact, Poland's longest tunnel. And if you understand how Hitler would travel by train and have the train needing security while he was not using it, it is entirely possible from that point of view. However, an underground tunnel under the castle is simply not possible. The castle is sitting on a small mountain peak within a valley surrounded by hills on top of what is essentially a very large hilltop. There's a difference between the level of the main rail lines and the floor of the castle of up to 500 meters. Terrain simply will not allow for an offshoot. However, the rail line is rather near, and since Hitler set a bit of a trend with his Train America, everyone who is somebody in the Third Reich got their own special trains. So having Poland's longest tunnel right nearby to position these trains out of bombing range in complete safety after depositing their dignitaries quite close to the castle is an option. Let me show you that tunnel before we return to the castle underground. Remember, Hitler's train is pretty much like an Air Force One at the time, a mobile command center. It was armed, it was well defended, and it needed serious protection whenever it was not in use or was pulled off the track. Several bunkers were made for trains of 2-meter thick cement throughout the war, but the longest tunnel in Poland would do just fine. This double railway tunnel runs under the Ludwikowice mountain, 720 meters above sea level. It is the longest tunnel in Poland at 1,600 meters. The first one was built in 1879, and the second one began construction in 1909. Both tunnels was in use throughout the entire war, and the area have several other large rail tunnels in them. Between the two parallel tunnels was 5 connecting service tunnels. So this is where Hitler's train should have been, or could have been, or should have been. We have spent a lot of time in a lot of tunnels. This is really cool because there's no lighting, no idea what we're walking into. We don't even know we're walking into a wall, but this is where Hitler's train would have sheltered if he went here for any length of time. But when he was here in 44, he did not bring the train. Or do we know? Wann Hitler hier in 44 war, vielleicht war, da hatte er nicht seinen Zug mitgebracht. Er kam nicht beim Zug.
Ich weiß nicht. Ja.
Dies war der erste Teil und das ist der zweite Teil von Tunnel. So diesen sind neuer. Okay, so this is a different era of construction separation here, which makes sense.
Here must be technical installation, yeah.
For the electrical and
Water.
Yeah. This is fascinating.
I don't know why we do not see
The other end.
the end.
Are we supposed to see light at the other end?
Yeah.
There's no light at the end of the tunnel.
One of.
This is one of the guard checks?
Or
Für Wakten oder nur
nee, für
Schnapsflasche?
These are not a protective walls. These are to duck in for when the train would pass for safety. It was not set up as a sentry. Oh, so this is another change of construction. Oh, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's saved from the explorators. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
There was a gang here.
So, okay. Was there a tunnel up?
Shafts.
Shafts, okay.
And all this mountain,
Yeah.
block of mountain, have more shafts and tunnels. Yeah.
Have they all been accounted for? Weißt du, wo die alle ist? Oder sind da noch immer noch unbekannte Tunnels? Für Sicherheit.
4 sind unbekannt.
Und dafür kommen alle hier, die Gold und die Glocke zu suchen. Die hoffen es zu finden in ein unbekannter Tunnel. This is a small connector tunnel to the other tunnel.
It's a technical corridor. These corridors are few in this tunnel. Yeah.
And is this still a live train rail?
The wet atmosphere, they block the light. Yeah.
So this is this the tunnel that was parallel when we was outside?
Yeah, parallel.
What's blocking it? It looks like there's a thing.
It shows really interesting. Yeah.
I know this is. And here's train tracks.
Look at this. Wars was stopped.
I hope he didn't lose his head. These are the German markings that was here. This was to just mark a place in the tunnel.
Yeah.
So if there's a problem, you say there's a problem at number 39.
Yeah.
So you have all these shafts, and here's definitely a tunnel in there, as you can clearly tell. And again, you have a long tunnel, even for train. There's offshoots in every direction. We're running into more and more fog.
Yeah.
And
Here is the place, the central point of tunnel, the place where the special train will be stayed.
for the smoke.
Yeah, for the smoke.
Oh, so this is where the smoke would be.
For the smoke. They goes on the top of this mountain. Yeah.
So and then of course it spreads so you can't see there's a train underneath. That's really clever. So you can start up the train in here, and warm air is coming from here. You can actually feel the warm air. That's interesting. That's it, and that's why there's more fog here, because the hot air from the outside coming from the mountain is meeting the cold air of the tunnel. This is what you do at home when you watch this to get the atmosphere. You light a cigar, you sit in front of your refrigerator, and close your eyes and just listen to my voice. And you'll have, I guess, maybe how to feel here. It's very hard to describe how intense a tunnel is, especially when you, as me, don't know what's at the other end.
People cannot, in wartime, the local people cannot going these places. That was closed area.
So it would have been easy for the Germans to hide something, but we're more leaning towards art, treasures than the gold. None of us seem to be buying much, and we stand very still. We can hear a lot of water running, which I would imagine is less zen and slightly unnerving. This was meter. This was the meter marker, wasn't it?
That's the old. That's porcelain, yeah.
Here was electrical line.
So certainly it's not a stretch to think that a VIP dignitary train could be housed there after depositing its VIPs at the city next to the castle named Walburich. It's also claimed that this city and the city hall was to be, or was, connected by underground tunnels. But there's something else. If you'd seen the beginning of this series, you would know that General Kammler had pulled out all the stops, rallying every asset he could in order to protect Prague from the Russians, and Pilsen and the Skoda-Werke, in order to keep the Russians away as long as possible for him to salvage, destroy, rescue, bury whatever it was of secret technology he was working on. But there's something else. General Ferdinand Schroner was the one who was in command of the defense of Prague. Later Field Marshal Schroner, the last commanding general of the German army. He was here. He was in the castle. He was in Lower Silesia. He had his army staff headquarters at a school in Szeszavono, and the SS was stationed not far in Gaj. Not only that, but the defense of this town did not stop just because the armistice on May 8th. They fought on for 2 more days, and work was still going on at the castle underground on May 10th, when finally Russian tanks rolled into town. At a time when everyone was fleeing the Russians, they were still fighting for this part of the world. They were still working on the basement and the tunnels under the castle, and Field Marshal Schroner was not far. There's something here that was clearly worth protecting or hiding in a significant way. And a local Polish researcher and historian have come up with a very good suggestion as to what that might be. Historian Tomasz Jurek has spent a large part of his life researching and excavating this area. And there's this building that's constructed not far from the main tunnel entrances. And there's something very interesting about its very shape and design. And, as Joseph might say, it's a little bit of a high-octane speculation. However, there might be something to it. If not with this building, then with the Riese project and what it might be for, especially given that we found what seems to be a heavy water production facility not far. Let me explain. The standard claim by the authorities, especially here in Riese, is that it is a water treatment plant. However, no water treatment facility or plant looks anything like this, not in Germany, not in Poland. However, there are 2 similar shaped buildings that existed at this very time in history, 42-44. One of them is outside Berlin, at Gottow, at the former Kaiser Wilhelm Institute. One that looks like this, where Kurt Diebner experimented with nuclear fission. It was the first German nuclear reactor. And if you take a look at the Chicago pile, in 1942, Enrico Fermi, he attained nuclear fission on pile 1. This was a structure built in this shape. However, it was built of wood inside the gymnasium of the Chicago University. And if you look at the pipe that runs through the center, there's a similar pipe here that runs through the center of this structure. Let me explain why I'm actually entertaining this notion. The Chicago pile was the first artificial nuclear reactor. It was the first human-made, self-sustaining nuclear chain reaction. It was led by Enrico Fermi. It was the first technical achievement for the Manhattan Project. It was built under the viewing stands of the original Stagg Field. Although the project's civilians and leaders had quite some misgivings about the possibility of a disastrous runaway reaction, they trusted his calculations, and they let him go ahead. The reactor used natural uranium. That required a very large amount of material in order to reach criticality, along with graphite used as a neutron moderator. The reactor contained 45,000 ultra-pure graphite blocks, weighing 360 short tons, and was fueled by 5.4 short tons of uranium metal and 45 short tons of uranium oxide. Unlike most nuclear reactors, it had no radiation shielding or a cooling system. Even the Chicago Pile 2 looked similar to what we're seeing right here, and that was blown up and buried, but it looked the same. And a quick insert here, Otto Hahn discovered nuclear fission already in 1938. He did, Lisa Meitner did not, and he got a Nobel Prize for it. Back to Gottow outside Berlin. At this facility, nuclear fission experiments, designated G1 and G3, had a lattice of 6,800 uranium oxide cubes, about 25 tons, and it used paraffin as a nuclear moderator. The work verified Karl-Heinz Hocher's calculations that cubes were better than rods and rods were better than plates. The G3 experiments were small-scale designs, but it generated an exceptional high rate of neutron production. Here, work was also done to explore a nuclear reaction through the detonation of explosives. The first effort started in April 1939, just months after the discovery of nuclear fission in December 1938 by Hahn. It was halted for a short period during the German invasion of Poland. However, a second effort began under the administrative purview of the Wehrmacht Heereswaffenamt on September 1, 1939, under the command of Erich Schumann. Schumann was a brilliant German physicist who specialized in acoustics and explosives, and music for some reason. He was a general officer in the army and a professor at the University of Berlin and the Technical University of Berlin. When Adolf Hitler came to power, he joined the Nazi Party, as did Deibner. During World War II, his position in the Army Ordnance Office and the Army High Command made him one of the most powerful and influential physicists in Germany, and he and Deibner was working on a nuclear bomb. But we all assumed that a nuclear reaction is large, reinforced, heavy, and expensive. But the Chicago pile was a structure built of wood in a gym, and Deibner's was beginning to operate in the early 40s, at least experimentation-wise. So why would it not be extremely plausible that now in 43, 44, there might be other nuclear structures built or planned or designed or under construction, both for energy, something Germany was short on, and weapons research? And both Deibner, Schumann, and Kammler, and many, many other brilliant German scientists were determined to build a weapon as well as create nuclear energy. Now, Thomas Jurek tested this building and found no initial radiation. That means it could be it was not finished by the end of the war. I will test the soil for myself when I get there in a month. However, he did find radiation around other parts of the tunnels underneath the castle. So, a very circumstantial case could be made that research was at least being planned here, and given that they worked continuously till beyond the last day of the war, they might have hidden something here, or at the very least removed it, leading us back to Ludwigsdorf and the Henge and a very special discovery I found there. I believe there is a link, and Lower Silesia is full of secrets, war secrets, and a lot of interesting research and development and production was happening in basements all over this region. At the beginning of this show, I told you I would share everything I found with you, and I'll be absolutely honest with you what I found, where I found it, and what I've seen. And this is one of those days. What I'm trying to do in this series, that will last for many more years, because I intend to go to every one of the secret weapons technology, locations, factories, plants, development, research facilities, both of Kammler and of the German army, to try to forensically piece together what happened there, what could have happened there, cross-reference that with contemporary technology, what we can find in the archives, especially the Russian archives, and build a at least circumstantial case for why we might need to start digging in particular places. I had to go back to the Henge because it was inconceivable to me, for one, that this huge power plant with 5,000 employees had been there for so long and there were no photos of that area where the Henge was. I found that strange, so I did a lot of digging. And I actually found photos from 48, from 73, and from some 20 years ago when they started reconstructing and rebuilding. I'm going to share them with you right now. One of the most striking things about the Henge is its actual size. seems bigger than any water or cooling tower I have ever seen. However, in 1948, this photo was taken in what looks like a pool underneath the Henge. It's one of the workers at the factory after it closed. It clearly shows rods sitting in a basin of water, and here in the 70s they have begun to decay and break and be laying scattered around inside the Henge. I'm not an expert on cooling towers, and I don't know if they come this large, but I do know there is a basin underneath them, and this matches up. However, they covered up this entire foundation with dirt, which also means that the holes that we suspected in the last episode from here were some sort of access port. Well, they are brand new. They are fire pits built by the locals in the early 2000s, both here on top of the access bunker, and has nothing to do with anything that happened during the war. And if you examine this photo closely, you will see the transport conveyor belt that's running next to the Henge. Here's the house on top of the mountain in the background. Now, in the old photos I found from before the war, you clearly see there are cooling towers surrounding the factory and the power plant. However, in just about all of them, the Henge location is just off shot, or there's a building blocking it just from the angle. So now I have to go back there and stand in the location where that photo was taken and determine if the Henge location was just out of the shot or it was in there and the cooling tower was not built or there just before the war. It could have been and then repurposed by Germans for something else. However, if these photos are what they seem to be, the ones I found of the basin under the cooling tower, then that is what it would be. A very, very, very large cooling tower. And I keep referring to it as a water tower. It couldn't have been a water tower because the tank would have been impossibly large. This is extremely large, and I just don't think a water tower where the tank would have been there at that point be possible. However, when I go back, I'll have to go to the locations of the other cooling towers that are no longer there, but find the basis of them and see what they look like compared to this. But let's for a minute ask ourselves, what are we really looking for here? We're looking for research and development of extremely high-level technology and all the support that entails, which includes logistics and access. We from numerous reports read that this testing took place in underground mines where facilities and structures were built inside. That also means you need access, and a lot of the tunnels here were vertical, not horizontal. When they started building the museum here some decades ago, they had flooded tunnels to deal with, and they had whatever had been left over from that time of decay. There's also a lot of tunnels directing waterways throughout this mountain and off it. Interestingly enough, as you have these door separators with hinges for extremely heavy doors that were red brick with masonry that they had restored to look like they did when they found them. There were a lot of vertical tunnels not really suitable to bring technology and gear into if you're going to do any kind of research or experimentation inside old mines. You need a horizontal tunnel. And I found photos of old tunnel entrances, at least two. One of them under this house that has been covered up and been capped. The way it's been capped, it looks like it was a vertical tunnel. However, underneath one of these buildings that are mostly not there anymore, there were what looked like horizontal tunnels. And that's what you need to bring everything into a mountain where you need to hide stuff or work on stuff or protect stuff. But you need the access. And from day one, I saw that little access building that is guarding the tunnels that are the technical tunnels that are running around under the Henge, that are running around wherever they're going to the power plant. That building has been bothering me from the moment I saw it, because I knew something had been done to it. I knew it had been faked, for lack of a better word. It has been rebuilt 7 ways from Sunday. Now, I know that there are tunnels that are capped. You walk down the tunnel, you see there's a cap, there's a brick wall. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a deliberate effort on the part of someone post-war to cover up entrance tunnels that are leading somewhere else from that building. And they've been nicely bricked up to match in with all the existing brickwork. Now, of course, they renovated it all for the museum, and that's fine. This, I think, happened before that. And I wanted to look. I had an idea when I went back here on this last day. And this is the journey, and this is what I found. And now I know. Now you'll know.
Now, what is interesting about these halls, that were definitely made for ammunition manufacturing, no problem there. Looking at the walls, the building, the structure, makes perfect sense. But the access control point to the area is right here, below this hill, leading up to the structure here. And these tunnels, here's a tunnel entrance, which is a maintenance tunnel, quite clearly. But you can crawl in here. It's sealed off and filled up. However, this tunnel leads in the direction of manufacturing, and this tunnel leads back to under the henge in that direction. So here's a pathway to the building. The road is up here. It's an interesting rock with holes in it. A lot of scattered cement debris. Walkway flooring into the building that was slightly raised. That is the door. There's a brick building, hardened roof with a platform. This could have been check-in. This could have been access control paperwork. You know, the paperwork the Russians stole. Very small building with porcelain and tile. I would imagine there would have been a toilet, bathroom, something in here. This pathway is pointing in the general direction of the henge, where we have this large building where munitions will be loaded onto trucks. This is a different building than the one we saw yesterday, which means several large buildings were erected here. And that makes perfect sense. Trucks would drive up here, load and unload. There's a rail network as well. Down here is the remnants of another building that this is the lower ammunition building. The ammunition production facility is right there, and the loading is right here. And once again, the blast walls from this facility, from the chemical facility, is pointing this direction. Although there's a hill in between, certainly if a large explosion had occurred, this building would have been touched. And if this was a building used for storing or transporting munitions through these two gates, that could have been a little risky. The layout of a lot of these things are counterintuitive from a tactical point of view. This could also have been a motor pool. I am imagining this is the motor pool, and it is. This is where you would work on trucks and vehicles. So this is the workshop for the trucks. That makes far more sense. Well, the walls are bricked up, probably repurposed after the war. Try to get a hint of the original use. These are smaller rooms, seriously reinforced windows, electrical on the walls, but there's been some heavy duty hinges on this. Smaller offices again, or smaller rooms. There's no reason, well, on one hand there's no reason to have a big office with a window facing the blast wall of a munitions plant. So this would also have been workshops with an interesting layout. But it's a heavily, it's not heavily, but it is a reinforced building. Where the hinges have the option of being reinforced. Well, I recognize this. This was a bathroom. Oldie but a goodie. Again, underground tunnels, access tunnels, shower. And when we say shower, do we say shower or do we say decontamination? And here we have an access tunnel. Again, everywhere there's tunnels. Everywhere something underground is pointing, which leads me to believe that inside the tunnels next to the henge, there must have been tunnels that would have been sealed off and concealed, leading off in other directions. Otherwise, there's no reason to bring 3 trail tracks. There's been no reason to bring 3 small gauge train tracks into a building that only has 1 small room and a bunch of access tunnels. Makes no sense. So something is missing down there. So these buildings are all surrounding the henge. Looks like 2118. Again, more electricity shooting off. Building, and here's a chimney. There's a chimney. That's interesting. I did not see anything inside that looked like a fireplace. A lot of rubble. No radiation increase or decrease around here. Roadways everywhere to and from, and then you have access tunnels. Access tunnels, hatches, 2 tunnels that are covered up. Again, we are back to tunnel entrances, and up here, an air intake, probably one of the ammunition storages. What I do see is the foundation for the conveyor belt, supposedly, although these are both at the same level. Down here are the buildings, manufacturing, production, and here's the tunnel leading into the munition storage where the trucks could go, and the stairs up to the conveyor belt. And the road continues with power lines running parallel to it. Again, the power poles are older, could easily predate these buildings. Here's the road where trucks would come and load and unload munitions. Continue down to more bunkers, secure houses for munitions. Right here is the corner of the henge and the power plant. 100, 300 meters away respectively. This is where my thoughts of secret technology testing, radioactive technology testing, special technology testing on the flytrap comes to be buried, because you will not be testing experimental, radioactive, dangerous technology right there in between the power plant and the buildings filled with munitions. The Germans were not stupid people. Now, if it was a water tank, water tower, that would give me much more sense of concern. Because if it was, that means you had an enormous amount of energy produced here. And we already seen the foundations, what was to be an experimental nuclear facility. What do you need for uranium enrichment? Power, water, space, facilities, electricity. And all that is built here. So what is in these hills so from the munitions building by the road is foundation of what I would imagine could have been a loading bay, wooden structure that is no longer. It could have been a control point, checkpoint. So what I thought was a loading ramp, well, it possibly was, because up there is the remnants of the conveyor belt leading up towards the mountains, and a building that is rather tall, interestingly enough. And down there is the other building. So this is the foundation down here for how the spiders got into my hair. And it stinks a bit down here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Remember all those miners who died from the gas fumes?
Here you have side of a building down on pillars. Damn, what I'm looking at. What the hell am I looking at? I don't know what this is. I'm assuming that all the various Norse gods will now not drop this building on my head. What the hell is this? What the hell was that? There's an underneath this building. That's all caved up. And down here is another access tunnel. Now, do you see this? Right there. It's the same access tunnels leading down to the Henge, with the sound grooves there, that the electrical cables leading in to the structure, very heavy duty electrical cabling ran from the power plant into the mountain. This is pointing into the mountain, where these electrical cables that are way deeper than the buildings above. Jeez. What the hell are they doing here? What this building was, I don't know. Let's get the Kawiak counter. And look at this, there's more. Down here again. I can leave this on. Holy shit. I love our local guides, and I love our spider friends here, but sometimes you gotta do this on your own. Jesus. You're looking at some very serious structure going on here. And everywhere underneath this, there are access tunnels leading between the power plant into the mountain. Down here is another building and another piece that we again will pray to the Norse gods to not drop on me, because then you won't be seeing this, and you gotta see this. You gotta see this. Ducts for channeling,
This would be a duct for electrical cabling going in down there or something. I know military stuff. This is construction, this is engineering, this is manufacturing. This is a very deep hole in the ground. And a protective wall. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Damn, 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 damn. Jeez, look at that. Look at this. I've stepped into a hole. Look at that. There's steps leading up. And that looks like tiling for a bathroom. That's hanging right there. But these steps, you would have been able to... No, that's not steps. That's holders for something. And I'm in a hole. I really am. They filled it up with branches, leaves, and shit. I get that. I get that. And right here, we're overlooking. I am on top of the bunkers. I am on top of the bunkers that had a slight radiation, but not up here. Not in this hole. And down here, more trenches. Hiding. Foundation or pillars for an access tunnel. Here's the wall, the other one. I see a half dome. I see a half dome. Goddamn, half domes are doors. God damn it, this is one of the tunnels. Look at this. This is a caved in tunnel. Here's the archway next to the building, and here's the other archway coming over there. This is the top of an X-shaped tunnel that has been caved in. Damn. See this big hole? Here's the tunnel. That was another cave in, I'm guessing. Another holes. And here I'm standing on top of a caved in tunnel, not far from the complex, which means that if there are this many deep underground tunnels, all these tunnels, they must have been connected. I'm not 50 meters from the main entrance to the Moltke complex. The other side. That's what they did. They excavated, they built tunnels, and then they covered them up. Then they became subterranean. So what's underneath here? Is this a small access tunnel? It's a parallel line that is obviously not natural. Jesus. I see a clearing. There's holes everywhere in this piece of the side wall. Another piece of the wall. This could have been a caved-in tunnel where the dome stayed intact. A little shaky camera on the ground because I am just... This is not on the official tour. Yeah. So now we know something else for a fact. There are tunnels leading into the mountains that have been blown up, hidden, destroyed.
I always had my suspicions or my doubts about the Henge being a testing platform for any kind of research or experimental aircraft or significant technological research, because when you research very, very high-end, very expensive, and technologies like this with what we have been told, say, the bell contained, it's a very volatile piece of equipment. And having it potentially hover around right next to your main power plant, and right next to your munition explosives production facility, just seems like the ingredients for a really bad day. However, if this is an enormous cooling tower with the enormous power plant that we now know was funneling enormous amounts of electricity on these shelves, on these cables, into the mountain. And I've seen shelves like this before in many different other types of bunkers that are slightly different, but they separate the cables. Also, the wrapping was not like the rubber we have today. So you wanted to separate, especially cables like this. Remember what we saw at Fort Cassel? And the tunnels I found, that broken tunnel is at least 10 meters below the munition, the small tunnels I found up by the road, by the munition buildings. So it has nothing to do with munition. This is 10, 15 meters below that, running straight into the mountain. And when you look at the destroyed tunnels and the remnants you saw when I walked through above ground, that's what it would look like if you have technical tunnels underneath and you set up an explosion. It will lift up and it will cave in. But that means that at the ends of these cave-ins, there are tunnels to be found. So now I know where to look when I get back there. And it clearly demonstrates that the bunker had been sealed off because there's no sign of these tunnels leading into the mountain. And again, where did all that electricity go? Von Arden, he clearly said that he brought several cyclotrons to this area. Well, they need electricity. He also stated to some of the Russian researchers post-war that there was a device that was tested in an underground mine, in a facility built in an underground mine. Well, that would need and require electricity. That would also explain the 100,000 square meters of cement that are missing. We saw in Speer's archives the amount of cement that brought into the Riese project, and from what we have found today and what's available to see today, there's at least 100,000 square meters of cement missing that had been constructed. That means it's been covered up. That means it is still underground. So if we follow the electricity, follow the power, we might get to those facilities, those testing facilities. And if we have to take Spornberg's post-war trial account into account, he is the one that talked about a bell-like device with the counter-rotating spheres of Mercury, which means there must be Mercury possibly to be found in the area. But we're also talking about something that was a huge 9-foot tall bell-shaped device made of ceramics. I am not going to make anything fly that's made of ceramics. That seems like a recipe of something bad when it comes down crashing, spilling out mercury. I'm not sure that the Bell device is not part of the AEG Charity-Anlage project that was decisive for the war effort that Schumann was involved in. AEG was big shots. And if they were doing something that had to do with high voltage and electricity, and we know that for a fact from the reference from the meeting at the AEG. So the AEG was doing something with Schumann, who was in charge of the nuclear projects. And Schumann and Diebner are the ones my money is on for having done something. And clearly they go back to relationships with Kammler and back at Jonsthal, where they were supposedly having tested a plutonium bomb or two. And were working on weapons. But Schumann, parallel with that, working with AEG, we're looking at some very serious, heavily funded technology that had to do with electricity. Did I mention that the very large power plant here was built, founded, and run before the war by AEG. Just thought I'd throw that out at you. Back to following the electricity into the mountain. I don't think a bell needs to fly to be a significant contributor to what went on. It could have been a cyclotron. It could have been... If we look at the archives that was found in Prague at the American Embassy post-war that has since been released, we see signs of particle accelerators, cyclotrons, remote-controlled guided rockets, and jets. Now, Prague is only 2.5 hours drive from here. And Kammler was in charge of rockets and jets and special development. And he had everybody and everything fight to save Prague and to keep the Russians at bay, to get whatever he had out. The Russians got some of it. Hopefully the archives will let that go when I get there and learn Russian. However, we have now a picture of technological development in an area that encompasses rockets, technology, cyclotrons, particle accelerators, electricity, high voltage, big, well-funded companies. If the AG Charity Anlage project was the Bell, or what became the Bell, or could have spun off in separate directions, it could be that it was housed here and tested here underground in a secure facility where it couldn't be gotten to, where you had plenty of power funneled into it. And you have Schröner's army that was protecting and defending with every scrap he could the area of Silesia and Prague until days after the war, when everyone is trying to desperately get away from the Russians. They're still doing construction to the last day +2 at the castle. You had the Sonderkommando of 200 men out of the Riese project, of the last prisoners that were said to have been constructing something, and then all shot and killed, as opposed to the other prisoners that were let go. You have prisoners going back to the castle years and years after, stating that there are rooms missing. Well, there's a lot of things that are missing here as well. But this all points to, I think I could go before a judge and make a circumstantial case that with the documentation we have from Spears archives, from AEG, from several other archives, statements made post-war by high-level scientists like Van Ardenne and Spornberg, if the Polish would please release his testimony so we could read it in detail, it points to research being done here. Serious, expensive research. And remember, there's 200 million Reichsmark spent on Riese at least. And if the AG was involved, that was a separate budget. They would bring in their money. If you spend 200 million Reichsmarks and 28,000 laborers to build something, that doesn't necessarily mean the money spent by the companies like the AG, like Farben, Nobel, to bring in their equipment in these facilities to test, run, and work and develop. There are separate budgets involved here. And let me paint another picture when it comes down to the money. The SS would rent out slave labor, unskilled slave labor, at 3 Reichsmarks a day to IG Farben. There was about 40,000 working at the Bune plant in Auschwitz, just to pick one. What is that, 43 million Reichsmarks a year, rough profits to the SS. Well, you have to feed them, pay the guards, so on and so forth. So you're looking at 20, 30 million extra Reichsmarks for that one location of the Bune plant. You had the SS renting out slave labor for money all over the country in the occupied territories. Plus you had enormously wealthy companies funneling money into their projects that were being protected by the SS. You had the army, you had all these different funding mechanisms for these projects. And in the middle of all of it, you have poor little Heisenberg, who for the better part of the 30s were not getting along with Heinrich Himmler and the SS. And they wrote horrible things about him until he was his mother knew Himmler's mother, I believe it was, or it could have been sister, I honestly forget. However, Heisenberg was rehabilitated, but his project got 8 million Reichsmarks. That's all Heisenberg got. And you're looking at just the Peenemünde facility alone was 300 million Reichsmarks. And now you're looking at 200 million Reichsmarks that we know of just to construct the Riese locations. You're looking at the Jonstal S3 project. 26,000 laborers and workers out there. And you go there today, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. I found books written in 1947 by American soldiers who were there who claimed there were huge underground tunnels and complexes built. There are statements from laborers that claim they brought in porcelain and carpeting and flooring, and they built an immaculate underground facility. The term used in 1947 by the American was underground city. And today we're being told there's nothing there. I'm going there in a month, and we'll see what is nothing there. There's been a great deliberate effort across the board to hide things that we from wartime records know existed. And the same with the technology. We're not just looking for nuclear bombs, nuclear reactors. We're not just looking for plutonium bombs. We're looking for a technological development that has been hidden. Because I don't know what the Charity Anlage from AAG was. You don't. I do, however, think that post-war there has been a link between the name Charity Anlage to covering the bell. And then people started saying, well, the Charity Anlage, the bell was hidden in or researched under the Charity Anlage, which is also the name of a Berlin hospital. I doubt that had anything to do with it, unless we're talking about a contemporary technology that was doing something completely different that had to do with medical research, of which an abundance took place out at Auschwitz and by I.G. Farben. So there's enough to start looking at here. But one thing I'm absolutely certain of is that there are unfound chambers, tunnels in the mountains in Lower Silesia. I don't think we're looking for art or gold, which we were. If the Germans had no chance to get it out and hide it, they would have stored it underground, blew up the tunnels, flooded them. And there's been plenty of attempts to try to get in to those tunnels after the war. They were so far unsuccessful because they're deep mining shafts that are flooded. It's dangerous, there are gas, workers died in the 30s there. It was a good place to hide things. But there's another way. It may not be the vertical tunnels, it may be the horizontal tunnels. And those I found. So now I'm going back. And I would love to hear from all of you who have experience in power plants, with cooling towers, with electronics, who knows something more than I do. I am not a scientist. But I can see from what I'm looking at on the ground, something's missing. From what I see in the files, the papers, something's missing. Power plant. Down there is the fly trap. And up here is the mountain with more secrets. There's another looked like an access road that would lead up to a whole bunch of unnatural looking hills. Hole in the ground. There's a little corner. This is definitely built up towards where we came from. This would be a very long excavation, very long survey to document everything that has been found, that's visible, and more interestingly, what's not visible. The evidence on the ground supports that there are numerous bunkers, entrances, and here's another foundation for a building. It's been destroyed, but nevertheless, it's a foundation of a building.
probably a munition bunker, given the high walls and the direct access to the road. And given that there's rubble strewn everywhere, it is entirely possible that this was blown. Buildings collapse, they don't scatter themselves over a wide area, like all the way over here. And in the woods here, there are pieces of what used to be in there. So certainly things were destroyed here after the war. Certainly there was more than munitions production going on in here, and definitely there are undiscovered things in here. Now, are we talking about gold and treasure? That's an important question, because everybody thinks we're looking for the gold train and treasures and art. The top of the SS was divided into different compartments, just like the CIA and any other intelligence service today. The guy in the office doesn't know what the guy in the office next to him does, and vice versa. And that means that if there was a top of the SS, close to a Himmler, a kammler, a Bormann, that said we need to hide things, all the other SS men wouldn't know. Or if there are smaller individual groups within the SS who had access to gold and loot and paintings and so on, they might want to hide it for themselves. Was there a giant uniform Third Reich plot to hide gold and treasures after the war for the Fourth Reich, or for individuals for themselves, hoping they would escape the reckoning with the Allies or the Russians? Certainly, why not? I have no problem accepting that there were individual soldiers, individual groups within the SS, or top leadership commands saying, preserve what you can, the war is lost. We have heard in 44, Bormann said that to German industry. So yes, things hiding in the mountains, I have no problem believing there is. I have no problem accepting that there isn't. Is it a giant cache of French art and paintings? We better find it soon, because it gets pretty damp in these tunnels.
Now, this entire area was under the security of the SS, who was also in charge of rocket development. And interestingly enough, there's a foundry here in Lesna Borovna, which I probably pronounced wrong, I am sorry, where there is very interesting signs of rocket engine testing. And now we're not looking at the V2 rocket testing, we're looking at smaller scale, like the Rheinboten, ground-to-air missiles. Smaller engines could have been tested in this room. It certainly does look... There is 5 centimeter thick glass in those little slits, and you had a facility that was well built.
Now, we knew they were planning launch facilities here. This wartime photo have emerged, and it needs a lot more scrutiny and research when I get there, but this very much looked like a Rheinboten launch facility.
And also, when I talk about helicopters, the Germans were the first to field operational helicopters. And there are several witnesses post-war that has seen helicopters in this area land now at airfields that are no longer there. However, one of them was sworn to secrecy on penalty of death that he didn't see this, which I find is an interesting statement, because helicopters were really not secret technology at any point. They were in the early 30s. You had thousands of people in the Berlin Stadium and at the Olympics that were seen displays of helicopters. But the German military fielded operational helicopters, and they were seen in this area. Now, certainly you're not going to test new helicopters in the Henge, because a few feet to the left or the right and will result in screaming, death of burning, debris, and dying and having a very sad, traumatic day. However, it is possible that, as we have heard testimony supposedly from Großrosen prisoners near the Henge, have seen something hover in that area. VTOL aircraft, helicopters, were in that area. Not making any parallels, because I haven't seen the actual testimony in paper, so I'm not going to incorporate that. I'm just saying that things that were taken off and landing vertically existed, were in operation and was in this area as well. And something else that was in this area. When we speak of the numbers of money we follow, and we speak of the number of slave labor we follow, remember at the other Riese locations, all the prisoners, when it was that time, were just let go or abandoned. However, here at Ludwigsdorf, at the Moltke plant, where munitions were produced and explosives were produced that was used in the Riese project. Remember, Ludwigsdorf, Moltke, was not part of the Riese project. It was separate. And skilled technical labor were used here. And they were in a camp just down the road around the bend, 2,000 of them. And they did not meet with the same fate as those who were just released.
Concentration camps in this region was a part of Gross-Rosen concentration camp.
So that makes sense, because it was always claimed that prisoners from Gross-Rosen that would then have come here saw something, or the Henge, that they were not supposed to. That was always one of the claims. That was one of the claims for the Glocke, that one of the prisoners saw it. What direction is the Henge from here?
It's this direction, yeah.
So that was this direction here.
Yeah.
How many prisoners were stationed here or living here?
We don't know. I think thousands of people. Maybe 5, maybe 6.
Do we know were they prisoners of war, or do we know where they came from?
From all of Europe. The basis of the prisoner buildings, barracks, bricks. Today.
So these prisoners, were they technical specialists?
Yeah.
They were just
No. Only physical workers. Here was a few buildings, barracks, in this direction. Yeah.
Do we know anything about if anybody survived, or do we know, are there any personal accounts?
Only one woman. She was. She spent 2 or 3 days under the killed people.
Really?
Really?
So they literally shot the prisoners at the end?
Yeah.
There was no...
All of prisoners of this camp.
So everybody who knew something, they really were shot?
Yeah.
So basically everybody who came through this door and worked here, except for one woman, did not come back out alive.
On the higher level, in this building, was the hospital for prisoners. Hospital.
Okay. And this was the concentration camp that was here.
Yeah, concentration camps, camp for prisoner. They worked in this area, Osówka, Soboń, and here was a part of concentration camps in the system Gross-Rosen.
So this building existed before the war.
Yeah.
They just took it over.
Yeah.
But the very one single reason there is to keep looking is that thousands of people died building this, creating these facilities. And I think we owe it to them and their families to find out why. These were people. During war, different countries, different peoples, they have disagreements and they kill each other because that is war. Many of these were civilians who was on the wrong side of an occupying power that was put in camps, and because of their skill set, put to work in places where they never emerged from alive. And I think we owe it to them to find out why. Nothing can be that important that the thousands and thousands of people that were worked to death or actively shot to cover up a secret. I think that's good enough reason to do this on this show. And there's always time for more Maginot Line forts.
My name is Tino Struckmann. I run Lost Battlefields. Every year, I travel around the world to try to bring you to all the most interesting historical military locations from modern wars and the World War II special projects, battlefields, forts, fortresses, and tunnels, everything else. Things you may not be able to see or go to yourselves. Please join me on Patreon or join Lost Battlefields through the website so you get access to all my files and my notes. It really does help, and like, follow, share here on the channel if you can. That helps too.